Good afternoon and welcome to round number 14 of the Women's State League competition, brought to you by Goods Property Services here at Alexander Park. 1 versus 4, Hensman Park, top of the table, coming up against fourth place Alexander Park. My name is Brett Patten. I'll be sitting alongside Shane Smedley, the former over 50s world number 2 ranked player. Of course, we're going to be swinging through Goran Marijan, who's a high performance Tennis Australia squad manager, and of course Joel Pleydell from Tennis West to bring you up to date with all that's going on right around this beautiful day's play here at Alexander Park and right across the State League competition, across the other venues. Right now we're watching Madeleine Watson, I should say, up against Ksenija Vujacic. It's easy for me to say, and I want to welcome to the broadcast for the first time today Mr. Shane Smedley. Welcome, Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Brett Patten. Another steaming hot day here at Alexander Park. We seem to have had this sort of weather the whole season. It's 37, 38 degrees again. It is stinking hot. The courts look beautiful again, so the conditions are going to be super fast. We've got Alexander Park playing Hensman Park, as Brett said. Hensman are undefeated all year, on top of the table, clearly on top of the table, already planning for a home grand final. They've been undefeated all year, look really, really solid. Alexander Park got a lot to play for today. Alexander is currently sitting in fourth spot with the potential, with a couple of good results over the last 2 rounds, to finish in third spot. It's quite interesting, Brett, to see the Alexander Park team are playing ducks and drakes with their team order. They've mixed their team around a lot today, trying to look for a couple of wins. Their record against Hensman Park over the last 2 rounds, they played them in round 4 and played them in round 9, and they failed to win a rubber. They were pantsed 6-0 and 6-0 twice. So they've got everything to play for. I think that, as I said, Hensman are weaker today. Their number 1 Lee Fairclough was still on the East Coast. She was over there for the Australian summer, so she hasn't come back yet. And Nurkic, who's had a great season as well, she's not here either. So certainly, if there's a big chance for Alexander Park to cause an upset today, Brett.
No question about that, as we see the change of ends between Madeleine Watson and Ksenija Vujacic. First break of serve today on these beautiful grass courts here at Alexander Park. We're expecting about 37 degrees. Very hot conditions out here, as Shane made mention. Not a lot of breeze around. We are expecting the breeze to pick up later in the afternoon. But again, this is a critical match for Alexander Park in that 4th position, trying their very best to hang into the 4th and hold up an opportunity to play finals. This is the second last round of the Women's State League, and they are up against the very highly fancied Hensman Park, and their team just runs very, very deep. And what I like about Hensman Park, although Lee Fairclough is out, their number 1 player, they've also got the ability to bring up those players like a Hayley Burton, who we'll see today, and Alice Stevens, who's out on court at the moment playing against former W Open winner Marissa Giannotti, who's second up match for Alexander Park over the last 2 weekends. Again, we're just watching Ksenija serving, early break, leading 1 game to love for Hensman Park. Maddy Watson just overplaying that forward. Maddy Watson, she's the niece of the great Australian tennis player Liz Smoller, who's a multiple Grand Slam winner. And her sister Steph, they've been stalwarts and journeywomen, I guess, for the women's game in WA for the best part of 10 years. Are multiple State League winners. She's playing some pretty good tennis this past season, Maddy Watson. But Ksenija, closest to the camera, runner-up at the WA State Grass Court Championships, played at Mount Lawley Tennis Club on Boxing Day. Comes in with great form. Only lost 1 match throughout this season so far. Beautiful deep return from Maddy Watson. I mean, the women's game, have you seen that morph over the last number of years? I mean, your day, serve and volleying. Nowadays it's serve, big forehand, back of the court, Shane.
Yeah, I think that's the blueprint Tennis Australia promoting. I think that's the blueprint we're seeing from most of the top players in the world. The game's driven by a serve and a forehand. Both players are trying to get the first strike in with a forehand and open the court up. I've got to tell you, I went and saw I saw King Richard on Tuesday night. Saw your lovely wife out there as well. We're all at Burswood Open Air Cinemas, and it was a tremendous movie.
Ksenija serving. Park. flat and wide. Using all 3 balls out. You can see the ball closest to the net. Generally, the girls will shift those balls, all players will shift those balls to ensure there's no interference. It's an interesting point. If the ball rolls onto the court on your side of the court and you choose to leave it there, if your opponent hits that ball, it's your opponent's point.
Yeah, you lose the point. Yeah, you've had the choice to remove the ball before you continue play. Some of the players are a little bit less comfortable on serve and a little bit less comfortable on the second serve, or sometimes leave it there because they're worried about the disruption to their rhythm and may then hit a double fault. We'll talk about Ksenija in a minute. Just finished high school, off to college this year. Yeah, so Ksenija finished year 12, did pretty well in her ATAF, my understanding, and she's off to college. Yet to pick a college, so she's off to the US in August.
That's when the college season generally kicks into swing for freshmen. And has had a tremendous season, as we made mention. Ksenija has, alongside Ella Nurkic, Haley Burton, Anja, Dokic, Lily Fairclough. I mean, what a lineup.
Yeah.
It is simply one of the strongest lineups that I've actually seen in Women's State League for many, many years, this Hensman Park State League side.
Yeah, the Hensman girls have been very, very strong. They've won 17 of their last 20 singles. And the 2 reserves, Alice Stevens, who comes in today, she's won her last 5. And Alfie Stevens has won her last 4. So they've only lost 4 out of 30 singles. That'll set you up.
Certainly will. Fault there, just a little bit shaky on serve, just checking the conditions. Sun coming over her left shoulder, shouldn't impact her too much on that ball toss.
And going back to Hensman, their form through the course of the season, this is why they're on top. So we talked about how strong their singles were. The doubles is even stronger. They've won 28 out of 30 doubles matches.
It's an impressive lineup,
isn't it?
Said
great depth.
Worthy of any Premier League team right around Australia. We do have the best Premier League competition. Our goods probably serves as State League. Players from all over Australia come and play. Let first serve. In Hensman Park, both men's and women's dominating the men's and women's competition. Both teams on top of their respective ladders. Looking forward to the finals and playing home finals. Just pushing that a little bit wide. Opportunity now for Maddie Watson. I mean, Maddie's been around playing the game for a long time alongside her sister Steph. Won a number of championships in State League for City Beach. And of course, great pedigree. Her mother was a very good player, and her auntie Liz Smiley, used to be Liz Sayers. Of course, she was a top 10 doubles player. Won a number of mixed doubles and doubles Grand Slams. Geraldine, the mother. Both Liz and Geraldine used to dominate the junior scene in WA back in the 70s.
Yes. Yeah, I think both the girls out here are trying to sort of feel their way through the match so far. The conditions are super quick. We've seen lots of unforced errors in this opening service game. So, they're both trying to find their way through and sort of work out what's working well for them today.
Of course, a little bit of breeze, just coming in a little bit early. I mean, the breeze is nice. It's just sort of pushing away a little bit of sweat that's forming up on the athletes out there. It is a very warm day. It has been very warm West Australian summer. Came back from the Midwest this morning and it's 42 over the last 2 days up in Jerome.
Oh, unlucky there. Net cord just moved the ball wide. You could see Maddie attacking up through the middle, not giving Ksenija any angle, and then when the ball came back through the middle again, she then pulled the trigger and went for the angle. Just missed it. It was looking pretty good through the air.
You can see the volume of work and hitting that Xenia's done, particularly the last couple of years. Very clean striker of the ball, clean hitter. And that confidence just comes with practice, hitting ball after ball after ball, hitting rhythms, hitting up and down lines, cross courts, changing directions. They play a similar style of game.
Yes, they do.
And
yeah,
Maddie.
yeah, both.
Right
both
now, Xenia's just on top because of her consistency. Maddie making too many unforced errors in the first 2 games. I do like that change up. Smart tennis, that little chip shot forward, making Xenia move to the ball and having to come forward, because we'll see the girls do like to stay at the back of the court and really dictate their ground strokes. And changing it up, making them move forward, give them a different look. Smart play early from Maddie Watson.
No, you're right. I think Maddie's already realised that if she goes toe-to-toe from the back court, she's probably going to come off second best more times than she's going to win it. So threw a little slice in. Ksenija didn't handle the short ball very well. So maybe a tactic there.
Of course, we'll be broadcasting the men's state league played here at Alexander Park, between Alexander Park and Mount Lawley throughout this afternoon.
Yeah, so going back to King Richard, so went to Movies by Burswood, and it's a story of Venus and Serena Williams, and King Richard comes from the father, Richard Williams, who.
Is it a Woody Allen movie?
No, it's not a Woody Allen movie, but I'll tell you what, Venus and Serena were executive producers in it.
Mm-hmm. Rave reviews, I believe.
Yeah, well, tremendous show, and with Venus and Serena, and then at the end of the movie they played back some real live footage of them training and the attention to detail and the reproduction of how they grew up and spent their life was tremendous. I mean, because I think Richard got a bad rap, didn't he? Richard Williams got a bad rap on the way that he was so dictatorial.
He had a vision and it came to life.
Yeah, didn't it? 9-year plan.
Maddie Watson overplaying that back end, just trying to go for too much. Down the line, she was forced wide out of court, didn't have a lot to aim for. Probably better play going back through the middle corridor, set up the point again. And there's a little bit of anxiety there, trying to close out the point quite quickly because of the ball's coming back.
The ball's coming fast, yeah, fast ball. Yeah, you can just see the speed of ball that Ksenya's delivering down there to Maddie. Maddie sort of struggling with the speed. The ball's coming off the grass really quick, and it's pretty high too. As we've said on a number of occasions, these courts are beautifully prepared, really high bouncing.
The ball's moving through the air very quick. These conditions allow the ball to fly through the air at pace. Cooler conditions, the ball's slow up. Oh, beautiful backhand down the line, just opening up that forehand wing of Maddie Watson as we change and go across to the second court. Xenia Vujacic from Hensman Park currently leading 2 games to 1. We're just watching the men's state league between Mount Lawley in the blue, Alexander Park in the white. Jerome Iaconi, the hometown hero for Alexander Park in the men's competition, closest to the camera in all white.
Yeah, it's a tough ask for Alexander Park to win today. You know, they need to win. Mount Lawley haven't won a game all year. They are sitting in 7th out of 7th spot. Alexander Park are in 3rd spot in a real tight battle with Rawkings Park Tennis Club for 3rd and 4th. For those who have played in finals before will understand that's better finishing 3rd than it does 4th, because 2 plays 3 and 1 plays 4. You don't have a home final, but you don't want to be playing the top ranked team. In this case it looks like, by virtue of the result we saw last week, that it will be Hensman in the men. Cottesloe will probably come in 2nd, so we've got Kings Park and Alexander Park vying for 3rd and 4th.
Just watching Maddie Watson come out closer to the camera from Alexander Park. Down an early break, got the break back, but unfortunately dropped her serve in that 3rd game. Xenia Vujacic from Hensman Park, furthest from the camera in all white. Quality player, in line alongside a number of her teammates for that MVP title.
Yes.
Player in the State League competition. Still, 2nd last round. Next week we'll close out the home and away series, and then we'll head into the finals. Of course, there's a semi and final, as Shane mentioned. Over pushing it along. There's that inconsistency on that serve again from Ksenija.
Yeah, doesn't back off that second serve very much, does she? She's pretty committed to going big on that second serve, live and die by that second serve out there. Tell me, in your opinion, you've sort of seen Hensman over the last few years have tremendous success. What are they doing so well to keep on getting great teams on the park?
Beautiful backhand down the line. Maddie Watson, you can hear the crowd just going up as one here at Alexander Park, the hometown girl. Look, it's a good question, Shane. I think probably the reason they've been so good for so long is the culture down at that club. It's a high-performance club. It's got a great winning culture. They've got a great team manager in Ellen Lynch. She looks after both men's and the women's. And the club gets right behind these athletes. And when you create a winning culture, when you've got a good team manager there pulling everyone together, you have consistency around team training. And again, the cross-court forehand really just coming into her own, Maddie Watson. I think it plays a big part in making sure year after year you're attracting the best players to the club. The best juniors are coming through the programs, and hence the success on the pitch. And we've seen that for so long, both men's and women's, for Hensman Park, based over there in South Perth.
Yeah, I don't remember as dominant a period by any club in State League. And certainly if you look over the last probably even 7 to 10 years, the over-representation of Hensman in State League titles, considering the number of teams out, the number of good players out there, Hensman seem to do a great job to hold on to their players.
Oh, just jamming up that left hip of Maddie Watson, just couldn't get that bottom hand over the top of the ball. Maddie on her day, I mean, she's a clean ball striker from Alexander Park, closer to the camera. She can really start mounting some scoreboard pressure with the quality of ball striking. Again, serves just a little off early doors for Ksenija from Hensman Park. There's another one, a couple of double faults this particular game.
This whole game has been based on the serve. Two serves, two big first serves that were in the spot. Maddie's hit 2 winners, then 2 great serves that jammed up Maddie, and Maddie missed them both.
4 serves,
and then a double fault.
Serve.
Yeah, amazing. Which you don't normally see on grass.
As we welcome Joel Pleydell into the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Brett.
Welcome to the commentary booth, Joel. And what have you seen so far?
I've really enjoyed the way the girls are competing at the moment, actually. I think I just heard you talking about Hensman and the players they've been able to hold on to and maintain, and Ksenija is certainly one of those up-and-coming players through that Hensman program. I think Mark Luber out there has done a fantastic job with their junior players and holding on to them and getting to the top level of the state.
And James Connolly's out there as well, isn't he?
James Connolly, yes.
And I think James was a nominee for the High Performance Coach of the Year at the Tennis Australia Awards.
That's right. And another, player. He played men's state league for a number of years down there. Very solid player, actually. Left-hander, I believe. I think he won a couple of state league titles out there with them as well. So it's nice to have that kind of talent still coming out of Hensman, and I think James, obviously coming from England, they were able to get him across to Hensman and develop his coaching there and his playing, so side by side, and now obviously he's more into the coaching side of things, and as you said, he got that high performance nomination, which is great for him.
Yeah, just watching this match here, there has been so many unforced errors out here in the girls. There doesn't seem to be a I want to try to work hard and stay in a point is pull the trigger really early, and there's probably been 2 or 3 points that have gone past 3 or 4 hits. Both girls are trying to get their first strike in, and it's making for a lot of unforced errors at the moment.
Yep.
Hopefully it'll tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, I think you see maybe heat may be a factor in that today. It's a very hot summer's day here in Perth, so maybe players looking to keep the point short, and obviously on the grass courts as well, you want to be aggressive. But as you're saying, you also want to be willing to fight and hang in the point when it's there, and defend when you need to defend, and then be aggressive when it's short and it's there to be hit.
Just moving across to look at the men's court now. Addy, Mann and Jerome, Iaconi. I'd like to welcome all our viewers to our live commentary today. We're at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Apologies for the late start. We had some technical difficulties. The heat is actually killing our technology out here, IT out here. It's really hot, and it's even hotter on the veranda. Moving back to court 1. So we're here to see a double header. We've got Alexander Park hosting both men's and women's today. Alexander Park men are playing the Mount Lawley men, and because we've got a double header, we're splitting courts on the front bay and the second bay, and the women are playing top of the table against Hensman Park Tennis Club. And of course today is brought to you by Goods Property Services and Scotty Walsh Media, so thank you to our biggest supporters. I'm sitting alongside the younger, not so young anymore, Joel Pleydell. Joel made his introduction last week in the commentary booth when we were at Cottesloe watching Cottesloe play Hensman, and Joel was a twice State League MVP and doing on a traineeship at Tennis West at the moment.
That is correct, yes, out there 1 time a week.
It's probably enough.
That's probably enough to deal with the big man CEO Brett Patten out there. No, it's been great. I've been enjoying my time out at Tennis West and hopefully giving back to what has been my entire life, being involved in the game.
Except for a little while when you're playing a bit of golf.
Yes, of course. It's always nice to have some other hobbies as well. Yeah, I very much enjoy my golf. A member at Iaconi Golf Club. Not too far from here, actually.
Nice course.
Very nice course, very hilly. Challenging yesterday. I played yesterday afternoon. It was pretty warm, and those hills.
That's the advantage of being a trainee. You're only working 1 day a week.
Yeah, that's right, mate.
You go and play golf on a Friday.
Friday afternoon. There's nothing better.
Tough life.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we haven't seen many holds of serve in this number 2 women's singles match. So we've got the number 2 playing each other first. Ksenija's playing Maddie Watson, and we were talking about Ksenija has just is planning to go to college in the States. Had a good ATAR result, just finished school, and is off to college in the States. And the latest information I have is that Ksenija's yet to choose which college she's going to. Given the way that her season's been going this year, I'm sure a highlight reel looks pretty good, and she's probably fielding offers from a number of colleges and yet to make up her mind. So we will lose her in August. And Joel, very fast conditions out here. You'd appreciate that with the big game that you had. Very, very fast out here.
It does look very fast, actually. The grass looks superb. It's in great condition. The groundskeepers must do a fantastic job out here. And as you're right, the ball seems to be skidding on a fair bit. So, love to see a bit more aggressive play and maybe some play at the net following in those big, heavy shots that some of these girls possess.
Yeah, and it looks like the courts have been mowed really low, really tight. And of course, the high temperatures are making the air really thin, so the ball's flying. Girls are having a lot of trouble trying to control the flat ground strokes. Yeah, see, I think Ksenija must have just heard us in the commentary booth. For the last two forehands, she put a fair bit of spin on it, increased the top spin, increased the revolution rate. You saw the ball drop down. That top spin allows you to hit the ball a little bit more aggressively because it's going to clear the net by a high amount and still drop in. Big serve down the middle from Ksenija.
Ace there by Ksenija. Yeah, I think still early on in the match, so I think the ball was still quite new, so there'll be, obviously with the conditions and the heat and the grass being so mowed tightly, they're probably going to play a bit of a factor with those fast shots, but I think as the match progresses, you'll see those balls fluff up a bit more, and then hopefully those loose errors or those balls that are skidding on are going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, it's a challenge for the women out today. It is super hot. We've seen a fair few unforced errors, and it is a challenge when it is so hot. It's betwixt and between trying to build a point and try not to have too long a point. I remember catching Ksenija at a match when they were playing away at Peppermint Grove. And we'll talk about a serve in a minute. Have a look at a service action. Yeah, so Ksenija quite unique in the women nowadays. Most of the women have their foot up, and you would have heard Tom George talking earlier on the season about the girls bring their back foot to their front foot. She's got a service action very reminiscent of Boris Becker. Are you old enough to know who Boris Becker was?
I am. A bit Federer-like as well.
Yes. Just a big, deep knee bend. It serve looked long from here, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, but
yeah, but like, Maddie played it, so yeah, she's living and dying by a serve at the moment.
That's right. Yeah, she's still going after a second serve there. That was
big on a second serve, wasn't it?
Second serve there. A lot of double faults. So I think you want to see these girls trying to. Well, if I was the coach out here today, I'd be telling the girls to, maybe take a little bit off that first serve because the balls are still new early in the match, and yeah, take a little bit off and try and find that first serve as much as possible, and just build that pressure on your opponent that way.
Yeah, we're seeing a fair few double faults off Ksenja's racket. She'll realise sooner or later that she's got to probably take a bit off that first serve, put a bit more spin on that ball, a bit more kick to sort of get her into the point, because if you keep on hitting the serve that big all the time, the chances of making double faults just increase and increase. So we'll see what she does this point, whether she takes a little bit off it, a bit more spin on it. Yeah, good point there.
Very good point. It was a good serve there, actually, into the body. Well, I think we were talking about that last week, Shane, and
yes,
with the guys. And
underrated, isn't it?
Yeah, it was being underutilised, especially on the grass court, jamming your opponent up, and you can see there cramp Maddie up on the body, and then got that short return, and then she had an easy look at a forehand into the open court there. So good play.
Yeah, Maddie's very keen to get that first strike, isn't she? Trying to hit that. Forehand tends to steer it a little bit more, but backhand tends to steer it, but a forehand she really goes after it. Hit some tremendous returns, but making some easy ball mistakes too.
Yeah, you see a forehand is She doesn't generate that much spin. You can see it's kind of like a side spin action with Maddie's forehand. So I guess, yeah, your margins become a lot less without that top spin bringing the ball down into the court.
And the ball floats more too, doesn't it?
That's
and we've
right.
seen a lot of balls go over past the baseline. And that's typical of the point we've seen most of the way through the match. Both the girls hitting the ball incredibly hard, incredibly flat. But we're just getting some unforced errors there. And we've got a new commentator in the booth today, the big fella, Goran Marijan, Gozza, as he's known to a lot of people in the tennis community. Goran is the recently appointed high performance coach at Tennis West, taken over from Tom George. For me, it's nice to catch up with the big fella because he was a student of mine when he was a little boy at Applecross Senior High School. He was in the special tennis program with me at Applecross, and we went away in a couple of teams and we had a great time. Hope he's grown up a little bit more mature now, I hope. I think I've got the biggest soft spot for Gozza because he could never beat me in minis. We used to play minis at the end of every lesson, and he was an absolute bunny, and it just made it. Then it was just got embarrassed in the end there. So Goran will be here in a minute to come and join us.
Right, we're just going to have a little change in the commentary booth here. We'll welcome in Goran Marijan. He's going to replace Shane Smedley. Welcome, Gozza.
Thanks, Joel. Nice to be here.
Yeah, nice and hot down here at Alexander Park today.
Very warm. Yeah, nice breeze at the moment though, so it's cooling things down a little bit. But it is nice, warm day on the grass though, so I think that should be fine out there.
They should be okay out there on the grass, not on the 50-degree hard courts.
No.
So at your time at Tennis West so far, Gozza, you doing a little bit of work here with Ksenija. What have you seen so far from her?
Yeah, Ksenija's in our NDS program. She's coming out twice a week. So just been watching, obviously, from the sidelines today a little bit, and it's a tight match with Maddie. So I think it's just to understand that with the grass and knowing when to play the right balls, and she's a little bit more aggressive than a Maddie, I think.
Yep. Yeah, she seems first and second serve. There's not too much difference in terms of pace.
No.
But we're seeing a few double faults from her early in the match. I don't know. Do you put it down to maybe a little bit of nerves out here today?
Yeah, that's always a bit of nerves. You know, a few weeks to go before finals. Everyone's season coming to an end a little bit, so just playing for spots. It's always a bit nerve-wracking, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Nice first serve there from Maddie.
Cheap point there, yep.
Yeah, so what I've noticed from what I've seen so far today, a lot of the girls, a lot of missed first serves, so there's been a lot of breaks of serve so far. So I was talking about to Shane just before, I was saying maybe look at, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, Gozza, but maybe taking a little bit off the first serve for the girls and trying to hit your spot and trying to find those first
just try to get a high percentage.
That's
Don't let the other girls have a look at the second serve all the time, and then start the point on the back foot.
Yeah, and that also builds more pressure, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah, and then trying to go for a bit more on the second serve.
Because obviously everyone's always a bit more comfortable on the second serve to return, and they look to be a bit more aggressive. So even if you're taking a little bit off that first serve, you still probably they're not going to be as aggressive at that first
Yeah,
look in.
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, and if you hit your spots, and obviously on the grass with a bit of slice, and you can try to look to work the point off the next ball, not always trying to feel like you're going to get something off the serve. We're watching Addy here serving as well. Good serve, good 1-2.
And I guess also when you start making those serves again, even if it is at a little bit of less pace than what you're used to, you can find yourself building more pressure on your opponent, and also it gives you more confidence, and you can always start to increase once you feel like you're finding that rhythm and timing a bit better.
Yeah, exactly. And what you got to know as well, when the other girls are returning, their core position on the first serve is always a little bit back. So they're not going to be hurting you as much if you just get that first serve in sometimes. But, you know, when they step in on that second serve, take it a little bit earlier. And you, like I said before, on the back foot. So you can play around with their core position a little bit and just by getting more first serves in. Oh, nice shot there by Jerome. 3-2 there on serve. Great forehand there by Jerome though. Good return and then took advantage of it. Oh. And answered that back with an ace. So there you go.
Nice hold of serve there, yeah. Let out a big come on, didn't he?
Yeah. So this women's match is also on serve at the moment, 4-3 to Alexander Park. Maddie Watson.
Yes, so if I'm Maddie here, I'm looking to obviously try and get into the first point here, and then if you can steal that first point, then it starts to mount the pressure on the server on the other end. Yeah,
business end of the set now. So you've got to feel like you can. They said I've always felt like with the players I've worked with, trying to focus on getting that first point in the game. And then you just have that little kind of advantage in the head and putting the pressure on your server. You start and probably get them to focus and realise how important that first point is. Where I think some people think, oh, 15 love down, or doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But it's just trying to get that first point.
See Maddie just cramped herself up there, just a little bit late with the footwork there, and just let that ball come into her body and then gave away an easy unforced error.
Yeah, I think she was probably in two minds there. Either hit a backhand or a slice and got caught up.
Love 30 down.
Oh, nice shot, nice shot. Nice backhand down the line there from Maddie.
I really liked how low she got on that ball there. Really nearly had her knees touching the floor. And just, yeah, great body position on that backhand up the line. Just pushing that slice wide there, Maddie.
40-15.
Yes, a little bit of a let off there. 30 all makes it interesting. Now it's 40-15. Ksenija can find a first serve here. Might be more of a comfortable hold.
Yep, nice first serve.
Yeah, first serve. Bit of a big swing there though from Maddie.
Yeah, on that return, but comfortable hold. Now 4 all, so it's very important games coming up. See the guys in the rally here. Yeah, probably not the right time to change direction on that one.
Right. Yeah, you probably might have picked that up on the mics there. Jerome was saying shot selection, getting a bit down on himself there. Probably just made a poor choice.
Yeah. Just a couple of unforced errors have crept in. Maddie Watson here on the last couple of points. So love 15 now at 4 all. Oh, good first serve. you think at 4-all, and this, just that mindset of making a few extra balls, answering them, let your opponent come up with something good to win the point.
Yep, I agree. It's about, now we're deep into the first set here. It's about making as many balls as you can here, and then obviously you still don't want to lose that aggression. If you get that right ball, that short, you still want to jump all over it.
Yeah. Oh, not a deep return again. Not sure if it was a fault or not.
I think it was a double fault.
Double fault,
so
yeah.
Maddie's just put a bit of pressure on herself there by making that double. Have to really work hard.
Got let off the hook there. Second serve.
Yeah, loose backhand there on the return.
Yeah.
So that's the one you'd be really knuckling down to give yourself a double break point chance to really take control of this first set.
So I was saying 15-30 second serve. Make that ball, put a bit of pressure on.
See again, Maddie's forehand doesn't quite get the top spin. It's more of like a side spin. So I was saying to Shane before, like her margins are a lot tighter than maybe someone like Ksenija puts a bit more top spin on the ball.
Yeah, just didn't get on top of that ball at all with the hands. Second serve here, and then a double. So 2 doubles in that game. Gifted Ksenija the break, and now Ksenija will be serving for the first set.
Right, we're just swapping over to the men's.
3 games all? Right, I think so.
I think it might still be on serve over here. Yep, you're right.
Built the point up correctly there, and probably that was the right shot to go line, but just pulled off it. I felt like didn't commit to it.
You can obviously see the frustration there, letting that racket go to the back fence. So, Goran, you've obviously been around high performance tennis a long time. You've obviously had the privilege to work with some high performing athletes. You've been, I believe, coach on the WTA and ATP tours.
I have, yeah.
That experience.
Oh, I was very lucky, to be on both tours. Great opportunities to coach some good players. It's been a great experience, just to see the tour, see the top players, how they train, how they perform, their discipline on and off the court. So it's a great experience for me, being 10 years on the road, and now to bring that back to Perth, in the national development squad role. Hopefully I can bring some of that back and really help out some of the kids that are training in WA.
Yeah, definitely. Just for our viewers watching our live stream, so give us a couple of names on the tour. So who can we pinpoint? Who are we coaching on the tours?
So on the men's tour, I worked with Nicholas Bazlashvili for about 3 years.
So that he's the Georgian?
Georgian, yeah, he's from Georgia. He's currently, currently top 20 in the world at the moment. I worked with him back in 2014 to about 2016, 2017. Did well together. It was about 50 in the world by the time we finished. With the women's side, Annette Conservate, who's on fire at the moment. With top 10 in the world at the moment, so it's been going well.
That's great, yeah. And who are some of the names in the WTA that you've been working with?
Annette, Harriet Dart,
Katarina, wasn't there?
Katarina Kozlova, yeah. So
you've had some great experiences, obviously, on the tour, and then obviously you've got the high performance role now, and looking to bring all those experiences back here and develop our younger generation of players here in WA.
Yes, for sure. Yes, that's the plan, and hopefully we've got some great coaches. We got at the tennis centre and some good players. So hopefully it's a good mix. Is Ksenija serving for the set now? Well, she took the set. Score score change. I know.
Yeah, okay. So we got Ksenija has, with that break in that last game, she took the first set against Maddie
6-3,
Watson, and
yeah.
now she'll be serving to start this second
set. Yeah.
So that's a bit of a tough one for Maddie there, losing serve to get broken and lose the set, and now obviously she's going to have to come from behind in the second set, not being able to serve first. So I think that's a big key, even especially on the men's tour with the big serves these days.
Oh yeah.
You want to be at least holding your serve, even if you're down a break in that first set, make them hold it out to serve that set, and then at least you can start in front in that next set. With that first service game.
And just have that scoreboard pressure of being in front. The wind's picked up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, nice backhand there from. Forced an error there from Addy.
Yep, I just don't think that was the right shot selection there from Maddie. She was right out of the court there, and she's gone for a backhand up the line where maybe she just needs to get that one back in play, float it up, and get some court coverage back.
Yeah, make that extra ball, ask a question.
I mean, we can't be too critical though. It is quite hot out here today. I mean, both players giving it their all out there.
So just the backhand side of Maddie at the moment, just breaking down. A few cheap points to Ksenija. It's at critical times, and it's always a critical time just to start the second set as well. You know, just to get yourself off to a positive start.
Just kind of got stuck with her feet there, Ksenija, didn't she? There, she just sort of plonked her feet. They was cemented in the ground for a split second, and then came up with an easy, unforced error. Unfortunately, those double faults are continuing into this second set for Ksenija. So again, if I was coaching out there, I'd be getting on court and telling her, let's start making some first serve, take a bit of pace off, let's build the pressure, maybe even serve into the body and try and get that short reply.
Yeah, you can, higher percentage, aim for the middle of the box and just get that first serve percentage up a little.
Great backhand there from Maddie Watson.
Starts off the set with a break.
Great serve.
So we got Jerome taking the first set here, 6-3 against Addy. Second game of the second set. That was wide, was it?
Just wide, I think. Yeah, just overplayed that one.
Set up the point, got the opportunity.
Yes.
Just couldn't execute that last ball.
Yes. I think what we're seeing on this court is Jerome hits more of a flat ball than Addy, and he plays with a lot of spin. Jerome obviously a lot more comfortable coming into the net. Obviously he's playing at home, he's familiar to the grass court, so maybe Addy not so much. Probably a bit more comfortable being on the back of the court there. Just switching back over to the girls.
So in the first point here, Maddie made a first serve and got a cheap point from Ksenija. good return there from Ksenija, straight through the middle, but with good pace and depth.
Yep, yeah, I was just pushing Maddie right back there, playing a shot off balance and making an error there.
Oh, good shot. Good 1-2 there.
Yeah, that was a great 1-2 punch, wasn't it? Got that serve swinging out wide, got the short reply, and then used that forehand into the open court.
Open court, yeah.
Very good play.
Backhand return, took advantage of the second serve. So it's becoming an important game again here. 30-all, second game. Maddie trying to consolidate the break. I feel like Maddie, when she's serving, she's falling back a lot.
Yeah,
she's actually landing behind the baseline. So just losing that momentum going forward and getting some clearance over the net.
Yeah, I wonder if fatigue might be setting in.
Oh, great shot.
Great forehand there.
Good wide serve, got around the backhand there to hit that off forehand for a winner.
Good movement and then found the line on that off forehand.
Ksenija had the opportunity there, I think, to pass, just decelerated a bit, and Maddie got lucky there to now have a game point to take that 2-love lead.
Another double fault. Don't know if we can count how many double faults we've seen in this match so far, but both players really struggling with their serves.
Just coming at some important times as well.
Yeah, that's right. I think maybe, heat might be playing a factor, and when you start to fatigue a little bit, obviously what you notice on the serve is the leg drive goes and the ball toss creeps in a bit lower.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well played.
She's constructed that point really well. Again, found a first serve and found herself on top of the point really early on.
Yeah, just a good punch there. Out wide, open court, open court.
And didn't overplay that forehand, which was great to see. I mean, these obviously are on the grass court, so the ball's going to skid through a bit more, so not overplaying it might be a big factor today. Just got to be able to hit your spots really well.
Oh, another double. It's another double fault on game point. Just letting Ksenija off the hook here. It's a big game just to console that break, get a 2-love lead, put the pressure back on Ksenija after losing a serve in the first game. So this game is turning to be very important here.
Yes, because 1-1 leaves yourself back in a fight, doesn't it? And if you're up 2-love, it does a world of good to your confidence more mentally.
Yeah, and then you can take a few more risks as well in that next game. And if you do get that 3-love lead, you're really looking good for the set. Oh, good reactions there.
Yeah. And I actually don't think Maddie did a lot wrong there in that point. She got that short ball. She was looking to be aggressive. Came up with a nice volley, but Ksenija just stuck the racket at that one and got that.
Yeah, got that lob.
Volley lob.
So break point here. Oh, so this time Maddie finds the first serve on the break point. Plays a great backhand down the line to force an error from Ksenija, and back to Juice for I think number 5, 5th time I reckon back to Juice here.
Back to Juice, yes. Again, falling back, as you were saying, Gozza, on that second serve. Her weight seems to be transferring backwards, which is probably the opposite of what you want to be doing.
Yeah, you want to be going up and after the ball, landing on the court. You're going to have more pace like that, more balance.
And I think as the double faults keep creeping in, it just keeps denting your confidence.
Definitely. Just want to. That's where you want to make more first serves, even if you take a bit off. Just not to have to hit that second serve too often. Oh, great shot. Great shot.
Under immense pressure there, break point, wasn't it?
Yeah, going backwards.
Off balance and finding that forehand. It was
just got to play one of these, and the big thing on tennis, it's just being able to string points together. We can see in this game here, it's just been 1-1-1-1. The other, so just that ability from 30-all Juice to play 2 good points in a row and take out the game.
Yes, and I guess someone taught me once, tennis is all about first to 4, win by 2, which is another way to look at it.
Oh, well played. Good feet, get around the ball there, and inside in forehand winner.
Yeah, it seems that she's finding her range now on that forehand wing. Really using it as a weapon at the moment, finding a lot of winners off that side.
So Maddie holds after a long game to go 2-love up.
Just moving across court to the men's action.
So Jerome up a break here in the second set. There's also a double fault over there. Decelerate on that second serve. Didn't use his legs much at all, really.
I think Gozza might be more wind than we are feeling up here in the commentary booth. It might be a little bit harder out there.
The flag up there is starting to move around quite a bit. Oh, great serve from Ksenija there. Great rally on that court. One of the boys.
Okay, you probably can't see from this court, but behind this court we got Marissa Gianotti playing Hayley Burton and
Alice
stranger to
Stevens.
Marissa.
Alice Stevens, yeah.
Alice Stevens, sorry.
Yeah, playing Marissa.
And Marissa is another Tennis West employee, I believe, working in the high performance team with yourself.
Yeah, she's working with myself and your brother, Mitch Pleydell. So she's made a bit of a comeback. She's played last week and this week on the State League. She was obviously
back on the boots.
Yeah, very experienced State League player back in the past and won quite a few State Leagues with City Beach. So she's out there playing with Alice. And the other men's match is Reece McDougall playing Josh Bowen, is it?
Josh Bowen, yeah. Geraldton boy.
Geraldton boy, yeah. Reece, the head coach at Mount Lawley Tennis Club.
Right, does a great job out there. They're actually two lefties going against each other, both pretty crafty left-handers, might I add.
Yeah. Some long rallies now in the front court here with the guys. They're not pulling the trigger early in the rallies anymore. Oh.
And then we just see again another double fault creeping in here on court 2.
Yeah, it's a big second serve though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not much spin on it. Oh, it's, so the room
that's
margin
right,
for error is quite high.
Yeah, Ksenija just a little bit flat coming out into the second set after taking that first set.
Yeah, great return there. Good depth right down the middle. Ksenija couldn't get out of the way and was forced into an error.
And it's not a bad tactic, is it, going down the middle hard and flat and deep, because it doesn't allow your opponents to find those angles, those easy angles.
That's right, yeah. And always nice when the grass kind of skids through.
That's right.
You can't get
Gets
around.
onto your body very fast.
Yeah.
It's a great backhand.
Good depth again on that backhand, yeah. Good wide serve there.
Great serve there, right into the corner. With the single sideline in this service line.
Well, it's becoming
skidding on.
Big game for Ksenija here. You don't want to be 3-love down. So just again that finding that rhythm on the serve, getting a few cheap points.
Obviously, yeah, as you said, very important game for Ksenija to hold here. She'll be looking to try and avoid going to 3 sets in this heat today, and obviously Maddie is looking to do the opposite, obviously unfortunately losing that first set. Do you think if we find ourselves in a third set here, it favours one over the other?
Yeah, it's tough because, you know, as we know, the third set is a super tiebreak. You know, if you get a slow start, it's tough to come back sometimes, and you don't really want to put yourself in that position if you don't have to.
Another great deep return down the middle by Maddie.
Well, I felt like the start of the second set, Maddie's definitely found some range off the ground, forcing a few errors from Ksenija.
Yeah, we've seen her miss a few slice backhands, Maddie, but I think she's avoided playing those now early in the second set.
Yeah, taking a 3-love lead.
3-love lead, there you go. Okay, we move across to the men's action over on court 1.
I think it is 3-1 to Jerome.
3-1 Jerome.
Yeah, in the second set. Oh, good first ball there.
Yeah, very nice.
From Addy.
So Goran, you were just telling me off air earlier you played
1-3, yeah.
You played Pennants last year. Is there any chance we can get you back out on the park?
I'm currently playing Wednesday night Pennants at South Perth. I enjoy it. It's just a doubles competition. Just with a few mates out there at South Perth, because I did coach out there at South Perth and Upper Cross Tennis Clubs.
Good part of the world out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Tennis club.
Yeah, right on the river there. But I'm not sure. I liked it. I think I'd still like to play Saturday afternoons. So maybe next summer, if the body's right, why not get out there and play?
That's perfect. That's exactly what we need to hear.
Just grass court matches though, I think.
Grass courts and doubles.
And dubs. I'm happy to play dubs on any surface.
What about the over 30s? You looking to play any over 30s coming up soon? I think I'm itching out for that. I'm a couple of years away. So
not on a Sunday. I know Shane was saying he's going to probably try to play Sundays, but I like to have my Sundays off from the tennis court. But definitely on the Saturday I'll be interested to be playing. Trying to see the scores out there. I think Marissa is a set and 3-2 up. And the backcourt over there, I think Reese lost the first, but might be 2-1 up in the second. So the home team got the first set at the number 4s on the former Lawley in Alexander Park.
Alright, so really important now here for Ksenija to lock in and try and make Maddie play as many balls as she can here, finding herself 3-love down in the second set.
Yeah, this is a must-win game, I think. You're 4-love down, it's always tough to come back, I think. Double break, but there's 3-1. If you get 3-1, you hold your serves, you're back in it. So it's just that important time now, basically, I think, for the second set. Who's going to win that second set? Oh, bit of luck there.
Very lucky one there from Ksenija. I think still it was going to find itself too good for Maddie there, finding that angle, but very fortunate. Just clipped the top of the tape and fell over on win that first point.
See maybe a tactic change as well. Maddie going really hard down the middle quite a few times now and getting a few errors from Ksenija. So, you know, going hard middle, you just...
The other thing is, as I was mentioning before, it is quite a flat side spinny shot Maddie has on her forehand wing. So the ball, especially on the grass, it's staying at ankle height and makes it very tough for Ksenija to get down and get a play on that ball. You see Maddie run into the net there. She had her eyes lit up there. It was easy volley on top of the net. It's just dumped it straight down, unfortunately.
Yeah, open court there.
Let's just hope that doesn't deter her from coming into the net more, because I think it's the right play on these grass courts.
Oh.
Great defense there from Maddie, keeping the ball nice and low again.
It was a good return from Ksenija, and Maddie was able to reply it back with a ball that stayed actually quite low, made it tough for Ksenija. So 30 all now. Probably had to play that open court, kick Ksenija moving.
Probably just the wrong shot choice, I would have thought there for Maddie.
So on the boys' court, Jerome still up a break, 3-2. And Maddie serving here with break point down. No.
Yeah, it's probably just been the tail, hasn't it, for Ksenija so far in the second set? Just on those breakpoint opportunities, just missing those returns.
Returns, yep.
Just need to find a way to make one of those and just get some pressure on Maddie to see what she can come up with under pressure there.
Yeah, well played.
Lovely forehand again.
So you can see that the ball before that last shot, she hit hard down the middle, the short reply down the middle, and then she could spread, and she did really well going forehand line there to force an error. Now creating a point for 4-love. Double fault. So again, letting Ksenija off the hook there.
Yes, both girls letting each other off the hook at the moment.
Juice points are being played well. The ad points are quite loose.
Yes. First service let here as Maddie lines up to serve again. Second serve. Again, it's another loose one there, another double fault. So it creates a breakpoint chance again for Ksenija. So if I was Ksenija here, I'd be really trying to lock in here, get my weight leaning forward on the ball and trying to make Maddie come up with something.
Yeah, get that point started, make that return, and try to construct the point from there. The second serve, missed the return.
Again, yeah, and that's another huge let off. Again, mentally, the difference between a 3-1 or a 4-love can play a vital role. So, really got to try and knuckle down, get yourself another look at a break point, and really try and make Maddie play again. Unlucky there. Ksenija just missing that slice into the net. It's a funny game, tennis, isn't it, Goran? Because it's one of the. I believe it's the only sport where you can win more points than your opponent and
still lose. Yeah.
It's interesting. So.
And that's why I was talking before about stringing those important points together.
Yeah.
And taking your chances, really.
That's right. And I guess the defining thing for me, I obviously do a bit of work out at Next Step Tennis Academy, so a big shout out to Ash and Brad Dye, do a wonderful job supporting their athletes out there. So when I'm coaching with those high performance athletes, for me it's about talking them through those pressure moments and those pressure points, because obviously you can lose or win more points than your opponent and still lose, so it's how you can deal with those 30 alls or those 15-30s. And trying to find ways to win those games from there. Yeah,
a good thing is to have your routines and play certain points certain ways. I see another double fault there from Maddie. Just to be able to know you have a plan in the first couple shots in the rally. So you're definitely not, obviously not making an early error in the rally, but just feel like you're getting into the point and even playing maybe that first or second ball to the opponent's weaker side, or just getting into the point and understanding that to try to build from there. So we can see that we're kind of having
Another big forehand there by Maddie. I think if I'm Ksenija, I'm looking to give Maddie as many backhands as I can, because obviously start of this second set, Maddie's found a bit of range with that
Found the range of forehand, yeah.
And also, Goran, is that something you look to implement with the kids out at the State Tennis Centre? Just obviously talking through those big pressure moments, and so what sort of processes do you get them to follow when they find themselves in those situations?
Oh, definitely sticking in those important moments, sticking to your strengths. And like I said before, with the routines and knowing, understanding what you're trying to do into that point. You obviously, before you serve, you should have a routine, obviously, to know where you're going to go, try to feel like you can play the next ball to a certain place and then start from there. As we see there with Maddie, she's actually playing, when she's down, she's playing the points better than when she's up at the moment in this game. So when she's break point down, she's getting her first serve in. So just maybe trying to implement that into the points of when she's up, you know, so what's happening, what's different. So that's you talk to the players about their thought process when they're break point down or game point up, so and see if they actually can tell you a difference of how they feel or what they're doing or what they're playing.
I think that plays a really big part of why the good or the great players do that really well, because they actually are noticing these things when they're out there, and I think that's what separates those levels, is they're always switched on mentally, and they understand what's not been working or what has been working, trying to stick to those sort of strengths in that moment when you find yourself in those pressure situations. Yeah,
you know, there's a funny stat out there that only Rafa and Novak, for example, win 52% of their points in the tour. You know, it's not a lot, but it is the biggest percentages where the key moments happening. So gonna have a bit of a change here. Shane coming back on, placing Joel. How are you, mate?
Have you gone, big fella? You done all right?
Yeah, going good, thanks.
Yeah.
Couple good points here, but just the girls, a couple of long games as well. A few service games for Maddie been going. Probably the 5th to 6th juices, I think. So
she lost the first set, but up a break or so on the second.
Up a break, yeah. Trying to get that double break here. Consolidate the double break anyway. Just playing the big points when she's up. Not too well at the moment, but when she's down, she's playing great. So Ksenija's missed the second serve return there.
So how has she got back into the set, having dropped the first? What has she done differently?
I feel like she's actually tactically gone a bit bigger down the middle in the rallies.
Okay, middle corridor.
Middle corridor, yeah. And just then actually Ksenija's having a bit of trouble to get around the ball, but also then the reply normally, if you do go hard in the middle, the reply is back down the middle, and then she can spread maybe off that shot. So I felt like that's what she's been doing, and it's been paying off actually. So, and this is becoming a very important game now. 4-love, you'd probably think the set's done, but 3-1, it's
especially on a grass court.
Yeah.
But having said that, we've seen a lot of breaks of serve in this women's singles here today. Brought to you by Goods Property Services and Scotty Walsh Media. Thank you to our 2 key sponsors at the grounds of Alexander Park Tennis Club in Manoora.
Oh, great return. Oh, didn't execute. Set the ball up, but there's a point to go 3-1.
And thank goodness the Freo doctor's coming.
Yeah, it's playing a bit of a role out there in the court, I think, but it's very cooled a lot of things down though as well. Yeah. Oh,
wow. It's a great get from Ksenija there, running backhand. Took a hand off the backhand and just had a one-handed backhand. And Maddie had an open court forehand volley, and just probably a little bit too careful and pushed it long.
So
down break point again.
That shows you got to chase every ball. You never know. Make them play another ball.
The wind never worried you when you were playing. You was only big on the first serve, first volley and first return. That was it, wasn't it, for you?
That's it, yeah. chip and come in.
Downstroke's overrated.
Chip and come in. I wouldn't stay back for too long. Sometimes,
And there's the breakback. So Ksenija's on the board in the second set, 1-3. How long did that service game go for? For a while?
For a while, at least 10 minutes, I think. So it was definitely an important game. And now Ksenija's on the board in the second set. A bit of confidence now, and she hasn't held serve yet in this set, but now it does become a big game to make that score 3-2 and put the pressure back on Maddie.
And Marissa Giannotti had a win in the second game back?
Yeah, on the grass out there against Alice Stevens.
She's got a wry little smile. She coaches with you, doesn't she?
She does, yeah. She's out there with us at the tennis centre. She's been actually excited to play again. She wasn't too keen to play last week, but when you get a match in and your body starts feeling all right.
First game last week.
First game last week.
So
and
she won't qualify for finals then, will she?
No, I don't think she can actually play the next couple because we have the Super 10s competition starting at the tennis centre on Saturday afternoons, and that's kicking off next week.
And what's the Super 10s, Goran?
So Super 10's a competition obviously for 10 and under for kids. We our registration week is actually this Saturday, so then we're going to get a lot of kids come out and try out. Joel's brother, actually Mitchell Pleydell, is the head of that. So he started his first week at the tennis centre this week.
Talent operations manager?
Talent operations manager, correct, yeah. And so it should be good. It's a good competition. It goes over, I think it's 6 Saturdays during the term, every term now. Before in the past it was just over term 1 and 4, and now it's every term. So it's a great opportunity for these young kids to play competitions, get some points. Obviously, I feel like in WA we were very lucky with the Patten competition because not many states in Australia do have that kind of competition. But also I do think we need to play a few more tournaments if we can get some. So if they have an opportunity at 10 years of age playing matches in a team format, it's great for them to get out there, and also for us coaches to see the next new talent of WA. Is it?
And you're saying that registration's open this week?
Registration's open, sorry. They are open. They are open at the moment, and the first this Saturday is the day where all the kids are going to come to the tennis centre.
And how can mum and dad enrol their child if they wish to?
They'll be on the Tennis West website, and also there's an email that's gone out to most of the coaches from Mitchell with a link for them to register their kids. So we can definitely try to put that on the Tennis West website this Monday, if it's not on there already, just so our parents can get out there and register their kid for the competition.
And are the teams club-based, are they? We're just moving on to the men's number 2s. Iaconi has just beaten Addy Mann in straight sets, so well done to Alexander Park Tennis Club. So that's their first rubber of the day. And Reece McDougall is out there having lost the first against Josh Bowen. So now Lawley's got a bit of work to do. Yeah, tight seconds have got a bit of work to do there. Back onto the number 1 court, the women here now. Yeah, so it's not a club-based competition. You just put all the 10s in teams, do you? Is that what happens?
So they'll be all in teams. Actually, Marissa is actually quite involved with that as well with Mitchell. So they'll be in teams, and the way it works is there's 4 players in every team, and they play a competition over Saturdays. We've got a lot of WA coaches involved as well. So there'll be 8 coaches altogether involved. They each have their own team. So yeah, it's a good format.
And modified equipment, obviously.
Yeah, so they'll be using the green balls out there. So
and smaller rackets. Do the players need to have their own racket? Does Tennis West have rackets for the players if they don't have one?
The kids who are into that competition normally have their own rackets. You know, they're quite some of obviously the best, some of the better 10-year-olds in the state. So they are already probably playing green ball competition, pennant competitions already. So they're all well aware of all the rules of the game and ready to play those competitions.
So it's not an introductory level event then?
No, it's not, no.
I think it was good. Yeah, called in.
Great shot,
Good
yeah.
ball. And another example there where Ksenija's probably hitting the ball through the middle of the court too much, and it's allowing Maddie to start dictating play. The ball's going through the middle a lot of the time now.
Yeah, if you're on the run and you have to go middle, you've got to get it deep. Otherwise, you're just running side to side. So you want to have that ability to neutralise the point and get yourself back in it. Oh.
It just looks so uncomfortable, that shot, doesn't it? A slice backhand. It's like I've taken a hand off the racket for some reason. I tried to slice backhand. Wasn't executed very well, so a bit of work to be done there on that slice backhand. And probably no reason why she couldn't hit a two-handed backhand and then just move into the ball on a half volley.
Yeah, I think just use the pace and go back down the middle if you had to.
So did all the hard work to break and then drop serve again.
Yeah.
So 4-1 down now in the second set. So listen, you're on your journey as a player. So you left Perth and you were telling me you coached in Turkey for a while.
I did, yeah. I left in 2012. I went to Istanbul, working out of the academy there. So it was a good opportunity. Started working with players straight away. There were about 400, 300 in the world on the WTA tour. So that was
primarily women.
Primarily women at the start, yeah. And then just having opportunities from there. The academy was growing. We moved into a different academy that was in construction when I first moved there, and it's a massive facility with 50 tennis courts, 23 indoor courts. So it's a great place, and I just had very lucky to have some great experiences working with some top 100, top 200 players, and but now very happy being back at home in Perth.
So how did you get your foot in the door in Turkey then? Did they advertise? Did you sort of put some feelers out to?
Just contacts I made along the way. Actually, I was on the road with Marissa, travelling with Marissa. I was coaching Marissa Giannotti for a few years there, and just
that was the first thing you did straight after when you left here, wasn't it? You're on the road with Marissa?
Yeah, so back in 2008. So
okay. Yep.
Back in 2008 to 2011, actually, we were doing our winter. We're going to Europe for their summer, playing some tournaments over there. So that was my first experience of being on the road as a coach.
You were a travelling coach?
Travelling coach, yeah.
Didn't play?
A few tournaments here or there, but main role was coaching. So got the contacts and met some people over there, and then decided to try to, build myself as a coach and take the opportunity or take the chances to leave Perth and go on the road. And I always thought I can always come back to Perth if it didn't work out. But then, 9 years later.
So you were in Turkey for 9 years?
I was in Turkey for about 6.5 to 7 years, and then I was in London for just under 2 years actually.
Working some of the English players?
With one English girl, Harriet Dart. So
we know Harriet Dart. She's been over here, yeah.
Yeah. So worked with her. So I moved to London, and then last year I was actually on the road with an Aussie girl, Lizette Cabrera. So we went travelling last year from just before the French Open till October. I came back home in October, had a bit of a rest before we thought we were going to do the pre-season, but I landed the role here in Perth, and now very excited to be back home and working with the new talent of WA tennis. So we got warming up on the boys now. Is it court one? Daniel Downey, is it?
So we'll switch over to the men's match in a break and play in the women's game.
Okay.
They're doing it well in the second set, up 4-1. So the Hensman team have switched their players around. So we've seen Sheridan Curry play number 1 in the team. Now she's dropped back to playing number three. Yeah, number 3. So we're going to see her on the back court, and she's up against Harley Burt. You may just be able to see her in the background of the coverage here. The girls are just moving down to their court down the back. better rally from both girls out there. So you must have developed your coaching credentials and your qualifications as you went along?
Yeah, I finished my qualifications for a club professional here before I left. And then you just, on the road, I'm a WTA registered coach, so that comes with travelling with players. I think you had to be like around 20 main draw matches or main draw events your player had to be in to be registered for that. So, and then on the ATP tour as well, just had a level, I think it was a level 1 ATP coaching thing just when I was travelling with Nicolas Bazashvili. But most of the time it's you're just with the players, and the qualifications come from getting on the road and watching the tour, learning, and just understanding how these professional players go about it. Oh. So Maddie Watson build up the point perfectly. Just didn't
get too low.
Didn't have to be
that.
that.
Up in the breeze there and did all the hard work and had the easiest put away and just overplayed it. So, did you ever think that when you were in year 12, did you think your career would have taken you in this direction?
No, not at that age. I think after year 12 I went to college, played some college tennis. I was in Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan over there. Played some satellites. But then I actually got back to Perth and did start coaching at Dokic Tennis Club. And, with club coaching and then the opportunity to work with Marissa and then travel, that's where I got that feeling of where I could, I really enjoyed it. I really did enjoy working on the tour and working with pro players, and to kind of see and to obviously get that experience of myself and to see if I could make changes in people's careers and in people's games, and if I had the ability of doing that. And then, when you do get some results with players and you get that more enjoyment and understanding of it all, I really, really loved it. But no, I didn't see that at the beginning. But it's just a pathway, I think, for a lot of people. If you are involved with tennis, if you don't go pro, there's a lot of pathways to go into coaching and pro coaching, and I was very lucky to get to be involved with the pros. Oh, Maddie just coming forward at the right time, but not executing the final shot.
And did you graduate from Michigan, or how many years you get done there?
I was 2 years in Michigan, 2 years, and then came back to Perth. So it was a big year actually for college tennis. I think about 8 or 9 of us actually in January 2003 left from Perth.
Do you remember who they were?
Yeah, Ryan Skeets, Ksenija Babusic, Vincent Means. No, Greg didn't go to college. No, Cam Fenner, Tim Morgan, Brendan Malarkey. So there was quite a few actually that went that year, and a lot of them are involved in W tennis at the moment. So it's good to see. So 4-2.
Another break of serve out here. So Ksenija serving at 2-4, staying in it, trying to get a foot back into the set here. She won the first. I'd hate to give the set away and then have to go to a match tie break, as they do play for the third set now.
Good return.
So it's a big change of focus from you from working with pro tour players on men's and women's circuit. They're working with juniors again. How have you made the transition?
No, well, my first few years in Turkey, I did had the opportunity to work with some juniors as well. So I've had that experience with one girl, Ipek Soylu, who actually won the Junior US Open doubles. So that was a big thing for the academy, especially for a Turkish player, the first ever Turkish player to actually win a Junior Grand Slam title. So just having that experience with them as well, and then that transition into pro, and I'm hoping that I can help in that department. I think we've got a couple of really good young players coming through. Taylor Preston, one of them, Talia Gibson, Lily Fairclough, who's just now recently going to be Brisbane based at the NTA. So great opportunities for them, and I'm just hoping that I can have that involvement with all those WA players to, if they have any questions, or obviously when I'm on court with them, just have that experience to have that transition
And is Lily going to work out of Brisbane, is she?
She is, yeah. So she's over there at the moment. I think she's going to be working with Brett Hunter, who's quite an experienced Australian coach who's had quite a few Aussie players under his belt with Priscilla Hon, Lizette Cabrera, Maddie Inglis. So that's going to be a great opportunity for her.
I'm sure we're all seeing some really loose points out here at the moment. I know it's getting quite deep into the second set, but the girls aren't doing the work to build a point at the moment. They're just trying to get that first strike in. If it goes in, it's a winner typically.
And it's also that understanding if your opponent does get the first strike in to try to neutralise, don't try to hit out and hit a target or hit a winner or something like that, just to stay in that rally a little bit extra. And then if they should be both understanding how the match is going. There's been a lot of errors, so
yeah, I think that's key, isn't it? You've got to be able to, you've got to respect the quality your opponent's giving you.
Yep.
You can't hit the ball harder. We're just going to move across to the men's number one now. Ethan Farlie versus Dan Downey. Dan Downey from Anja Park. Ethan Farlie from Mount Lawley and originally from Queensland. Have you seen much of Ethan play?
I haven't actually. No, I've been. Is he Brisbane boy? Did you say?
Brisbane boy. He's enrolled at Curtin. That's the only reason why I'm aware of Ethan. They've pushed him up to play number one today, and they've dropped Ashwin down lower.
Good serve there from Daniel, down the tee.
I think they've pushed Ethan up because he's had a pretty good run. He's won 4 of his last 5 singles, so he's had a pretty good run there.
Oh, very good, yeah.
Dan has been down in form. He's only won 1 of his last 5. So Ethan will fancy his chances out here. You can probably hear the sea breeze in the background, blowing our commentary booth around a bit. The breeze has come in, so this is typical summer pattern over here in Perth. The sea breeze comes in and it starts to blow across the court and get quite gusty, which is quite challenging on ball toss on serve.
Yeah, for sure. And even coming forward, if the ball's moving around a little bit when you're about to volley, but it is understanding that, and then having your margins, playing the right play, playing the percentage plays at the right times.
Yeah, nice big kick second serve. Got it really high above the shoulder of Ethan. He had a lot of trouble trying to control it. You probably just picked up Dan Downey in the effects microphone there, like what we were saying about him. Might not like it all day though.
Oh, great pick up.
Yeah, another great serve from
Another
Dan.
serve, so a few cheap points there. That's what it is, on the grass, big first serves.
Yeah, we're just moving back across to cover the later stages of this second set out here. Maddie Watson was up 4-1, now she's 4-3. Still got a break. But the way this game's been going, don't be surprised if we see another break again.
No.
Which is quite unique on grass court tennis, isn't it, to see so many breaks of serve?
Yeah, well, we were talking before about just understanding if you're not making enough first serves to then maybe slow it down and get your percentage up. Don't let the girl attack your second serve all the time, and to get in the rally. The core position of the returner is always a little bit further back on that first serve, so maybe you can take a bit off and try to dictate from that first ball.
Yeah, so I don't know whether it's testament to the fact that the returner serve is so strong or the percentages on first serve are probably down. I think probably we've seen pretty low percentages on first serve, which then allows the receiver to get into it. Just moving back on to court 1 for the boys. Ethan serving down breeze. Ethan from Mount Lawley Tennis Club. We saw a great strong service going from Downey serving down breeze. Use the wind to speed on the ball and height on the ball.
Oh, great. Good
ball, nice deep serve.
Nice deep serve, yeah.
And you'll get that on grass. It's not a perfect bounce every time. Whereas obviously the courts here at Alexander Park are probably best anywhere in the world, I would think, just about. But they still get a bad bounce now and again. When we see that at Wimbledon all the time, don't we?
Yeah, it's just you have to accept it and move on. And I feel like probably Dan tried to take that second serve early and didn't think it was going to be that deep in the box and caught him out. So.
So Alexander Park have won the first rubber in the men's. We saw that Josh Bowen beat Reece McDougall. Reece McDougall doing a great job at 48 years of age.
Yeah.
So Reece would have to be the oldest player playing state league. Still plays a very competitive game. Yeah, lovely finish from Dan Downey there. Yes, at Reece, 48 years of age, been very, very active on the senior circuit.
Yep.
Now it's from 30s. He's been in numerous Australian teams with our own CEO, Brett Patten. I remember the boys went down to Miami, Florida for the 45s one year. It might have even been the 40s.
No, it's good to be involved at that age and still playing obviously a great level of tennis. Doing a great job as well at Mount Lawley Tennis Club as the head coach there. So it's not easy when you're 40 hours or more on the week on the court,
and then
come out on the
48 years of age, go and play singles. He'll be expected to play doubles as well because his doubles is probably his strength.
Yeah.
So Alexander Park have won both singles today. Iaconi had a win, and now we've had Josh Bowen have a win, so they've won two. We did anticipate today that we thought that Alexander Park would win the men's tie. What's his name? Mount Lawley have found it very, very tough over the course of the year. Not on the board, you haven't had a win yet. At the bottom of the ladder. Well, I have got Ashwin Sharma back in today, so that could make a bit of a
Ashwin
difference.
was over east for a little bit, just got out of quarantine or isolation for 7 days. And he's playing a young Marco Mrdak, who's up-and-coming junior here in WA.
Yeah, he's in the tennis program at Applecross too.
He is, yes.
Yeah, 16 years of age. Ashwin went to the Applecross program too, didn't he? With Astra.
Yeah, with Astra, yeah.
Still seems to be the best fit for these junior tennis players if they're looking to combine tennis, hitting at tennis in quality company and a great education and a great school. Still seems to be the without peer in WA and probably without peer in Australia, I think.
Yeah, it's obviously, as you mentioned before, I attended Applecross and it was always great to know during school time.
Lovely volley from Ethan there, great anticipation.
During school time, you can get out on the court, hit some balls with obviously other good players in your class, and even at lunchtime recess, go out and hit a few more balls. It's an extra.
And we had visiting guest spots from the state coach at the time. It was Mark Taylor, I think, from memory at the time.
Yeah.
Mark used to come along, and Len Cannell came along and did some movement and conditioning work as well.
Yeah, Lenny's with me now at the tennis centre. He's been at the tennis since 1999. He was my fitness coach back in the day. So he's got
a lot to answer for.
He's a great person to have out there. He absolutely loves it. All the kids love him out there. He definitely gets the best out of the kids in the gym and pushes them. And from a young age, these kids are learning how to be in the gym and all the kind of running and all the exercise, the agility work that he does with them. So he's a great asset out there and for the WA kids. I'm okay.
And there's Lenny's still lead by example with that incredibly high work ethic, and he works hard and he expects his players to work hard as well.
Yeah, Lenny's first one in the morning, 5:30 in the morning at the gym. We're doing his own workout before the NDS kids show up for their workouts in the morning. So he's a fit man and he loves it, and he's always looking for new incentives and new programs for the kids. Obviously, we're involved with Tennis Australia as well, so if they've got some new things, we throw into the program. But Lenny's obviously very experienced and running a great program out there, and the kids are only getting fitter, I think. And like I said before, with a great opportunity from a very young age, from 11, 12 years of age, they're understanding the work ethic of the gym, not just on the court, so all the off-the-court stuff that comes with it.
We're following this men's #1 singles match here. Fairly still trying to hold serve to level the match at 1 game all. And at the end of this game, he might switch across to court 2. Court 2 to sort of see how the girls are going. They must be getting pretty close in this end of the second set. I think we'll just sit and watch the end of this game in the men's here. See if Ethan holds his serve. You can see Dan taking his time there, taking a towel to the back of the court, toweling off. Lovely serve there from Ethan. He's held serve. Now we'll skip across to the women's court and see how we're going there. Have you picked up a score there, Gozza?
5-4, Maddie's serving.
Serving for the second set.
Serving for the second set, yeah. Just got a lucky break in the point before with the dead let cord.
Oh, we love those.
Oh, now a double fault. So she didn't...
Our producers just informed me that was a set point then. And so Maddie's got to regroup again now. So Ksenija's got a chance here. She can break back again because she's been able to break most of this set and get back into it and square the set up. Yeah, there was a tight shot, wasn't it? Very tight shot then.
Probably the wrong shot as well. Trying to go down the line. If you are feeling a bit nervous as well, it is 5-4 juice. Just play that. Be aggressive, but play the middle, play the cross, and at least make the ball and ask a question of your opponent to come up with something.
Yeah, you're never going to hit a winner from that far back in the court, are you?
No.
Great advice from the national high performance coach.
There you go, one set all.
That's the set. So our producer did get the score wrong. Apologies for that. We'll move back onto the men's #1s now. One game all.
Got away with it.
He's got away with a bit of junk, didn't he then? His first volley came off the throat. The second volley he shanked it and it's dropped short for a winner.
It's one of the benefits of a grass court, isn't it?
On a hard court it might be different.
Good pick up.
Yeah, it's been a great start to Alexander Park today. Won the first 2 men's singles, and Marissa Giannotti from Alexander Park won the first of the women's singles, so they're up 3-0. So they've won all 3 rubbers so far. And now Maddie's managed to square her match with Ksenija. So they're about to start a match tiebreak, which we'll move across and have a look at that. So she's done a great job to get back into the match because struggled a bit in that first set and was up a break all the way through the second and got through it in a tight second set there. So well done to Maddie Watson.
Good. Downey just held there, so 2-1 up. Move across to the women's first match here. Super tiebreak just about to start. match tie break.
So is the proper term match tie break or super tie? I always thought it was a match tie break.
I think it is a match tie break. Yeah.
That's all right. You're a national high performance coach. What do you know?
I've heard of super tie break before, but I don't know.
So first to win 10 points by a margin of 2 as opposed to a normal 12-point tiebreaker is first to win 7 points by a margin of 2. So 0-0, first to win 10 points, 1 set all.
Well, just hit the line there. I think that serve slowed it down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think Maddie had a stable base either, did she?
No.
Looked like she was jumping like a kangaroo. She hit that one. Got to keep your head still through the ball.
So always a nice start. Get a cheap point after the first point. So
it's 1 point on serve. 0-1.
Probably the wrong decision there. Nervous backhand there. Maddie probably.
Yeah, neither girls hit the slice backhand well, do they? Which you typically see from a lot of athletes who do favour the two-handed backhand.
I think at the time as well, that ball was bouncing above her hip there, so up high, probably tough time to slice as well.
And certainly to keep it down.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, it's a double fault.
It's not a great start so far from Maddie. Ksenija's 3-love up with a mini break. Or mini 2 actually.
Oh, that's a lovely return. That's a lovely return. That might give her a bit of belief, a bit of faith.
Yeah.
3-1. Lovely return. But again, it's following the same patterns we've seen all day. It's the serve or the return. It's winning every point just about, isn't it?
Yeah. Not many points going over 4 shots there.
No.
It's just...
let's get that first strike in.
Yep.
And win the point. 3-1.
Oh, missed return there. So 4-1 now. Just a couple of missed returns out to the forehand side.
So we're just about to welcome Joel Pleydell back into the box. He's had a nice little break and refreshed. And we'll welcome Joel's feedback on what he's seen out there so far. So thank you, Goran. We'll see you back shortly.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shane.
I think we missed that last point as Goran was moving out, but it might be 2-4, might be 3-4 now, so 4-3 to Sen. No, we're changing. Might be 3-3, 4-2. Yeah, well, our producer keeps on thinks he knows the score, but he's got it wrong every time so far, so it's hard to have a lot of faith in Tommy, eh? Okay, Tommy assures me it's 4-2. Yeah, 4-2, Sen, you're up. And as we saw last week, the sea breeze has come back in. It starts to make things a little bit more problematic, doesn't it? With that moving right across the court.
And it seems to be swirling a little bit as well. So, I guess with the grass courts as well, you get different sort of bounces than the consistent ones you find on the hard court. So it's important to keep your weight low and keep your energy up and your feet working really fast.
Interesting. I haven't seen Maddie do that, where she stopped in the middle of the point and got that ball out of the way. Must be feeling confident on a second serve. The 2-4. Oh, that's off
beautiful.
And she's hit a couple of those, Ksenija. Lovely shot. 5-2. Yeah. Ksenija got 2 serves to come now. 5-2.
Again, you saw her work really hard there with her footwork to find that forehand.
Got to read that ball.
Very fast with those feet. So Well done to Ksenija there.
Darlesque there.
Yes, created a huge opportunity and whipped that forehand.
So 5-2 with 2 serves to come. (5-2) if you believe Tomio. Yeah, lovely point. 2 big forehands and 2 key points there. 6-2, Ksenija.
Yeah, and as you can see, those last 2 forehands, both weren't overplayed and both finding the corners. So really important that you just hit your spots here when the pressure's on. So
a lot of work for Maddie to do now. 6-2. Oh, interesting. I like what Ksenija did there. Took a bit of speed off that ball, hit a bit more kick and got the ball into play because the wind is swelling, as Joel you said earlier. So then Maddie sort of came in behind it, which sort of I think threw.
Yeah, that threw her off. I really like that play when you're down.
Yeah, and especially into the breeze as well. It's very easy to hit the ball wrong when you're attacking down breeze.
Yep.
3-6, so 1 point back against the serve.
I think it's still important to note that Maddie's still looking to be aggressive, which is a great mental frame to be in still late in this tie break.
Again, that's just wrong choice of shot, isn't it? You're 1 metre, 2 metres behind the baseline. You're trying to go the shortest length from the court in the highest part of the net and missed it. So 3-7. Could be an important point, that one. Second serve, 3-7. That's going to hurt. Double fault in the match tiebreak. Already down 3-7 now, down 8-3. So it's really on the racket of Ksenija now. She's got 2 serves to come. And it's 8-3. She can afford to pull the trigger and go big on this one. And did. And a tight ball just missed the baseline. And it went big. And got the reward.
That's right, and at the body again.
And 9-3, so that's 12 points played. So they change points after every 6. So 9-3 makes 12. It's the second change. And Ksenija's again got the match on a racket here. 1 serve to come. Needs 1 more point to win it. And this will be the first rubber for Hensman today in the women's because they lost the first one. And there we go. There's the match. Well done to Ksenija from Hensman Park Tennis Club. Wins the battle of the number 2s in 3 sets in a match tiebreaker 10-3. We'll just move back to the men's court now. So well done to Hensman. So that evens the match there at 1 rubber all because Marissa Giannotti came in and beat Alice Stevens in straight sets there. So, and of course the win there to Ksenija in the third set match tiebreaker. So that puts Alexander Park up a set, but even on rubbers. We're back on the men's court now, the battle of the number 1s. Ethan Farlie and Dan Downey. Looks like we're on serve here at the moment. Harley Burton's out the back there, up against Sheridan Curry. And it looks like it's on serve. And we're 2-all here in this set here on the boys. Have you had a chance to look at Ethan's game when you were on the sidelines there?
Yes, look, I think he's obviously grown since the last time I saw him, so he's a bit of a big fella now. Seems to have a fair few weapons, so I'm thinking hopefully he throws a few challenges down Daniel's way here in this number 1 matchup.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that Dan struggled for form in the last 5 rounds, only winning one of his last 5 singles games. he'll be keen to turn his form around a little bit today, and he's got a great opportunity.
Yeah, Daniel obviously very suited to the grass courts, very comfortable serve volleyer, so we're definitely looking to see on his service games he'll be looking to close in on that net if he finds those first serves. Big first serve there by Daniel to consolidate the hold there, so I believe we're still on serve.
Yes, we are. No breaks on serve, correct. So just to recap play so far today in the men's, we've had the number 4, Reese McDougall, was defeated by Josh Bowen. So that was the first rubber to Alexander Park. And in the battle of the number 2s, we had Jerome Iaconi against, refresh my memory.
Jerome was playing Addy Mann.
And beat him in straight sets.
In straight sets.
So that gives Alexander Park two rubbers to 0.
And just behind this court here, we've got Ashwin Sharma playing against Mrdak.
Would you expect Ashwin to get through in that one, wouldn't we? If you had to,
I think so. If you're a betting man, I think Ashwin may be just a little bit of an edge, but I still think it's going to be a high-quality match, and I think it might be a bit closer than what people think. Mrdak's certainly still young, but he's developed a lot in the last year or so.
No, so we're not on serve. So Dan's up a break. We must have missed a game when we were watching the close out of that women's match. So Ethan's down a break, 1-4.
Just got a let second service there. That one just found the net tape and crept over.
Nice rally there. It just looks to me as though Dan's got a little bit more variation. A few more shots in his repertoire there. Looks like Ethan's pretty keen to stand up and crunch it, and Dan can sort of feather a forehand, feather a backhand if he needs to. Probably got a little bit more variation. As we see here, we've seen a number of times at Alexander Park, the crowd builds over the course of the day. Very, very hot at the start of the day, very, very hot outside. And so we see a lot of people stay inside and actually watch it from inside. And they come out into the balcony, out into the deck to watch the tennis. And of course it swells even more once the bar opens. They do a great job here, Alexander Park, in promoting State League. Promoting all their tennis, certainly one of the leading clubs in WA. Very, very, very strong younger club. So if you're looking to join a tennis club and you're probably living north of the river, Alexander Park would be a great choice for you. A lot of young people here, a lot of young people actively engaged in the club as well, which is great. Yeah, great body serve. We've seen that a lot, haven't we?
We have.
We've talked about it a few times, the value of the body serve. And we'll be switching back to the women's singles in a moment when the girls are just going through the warm-up at the moment. So we'll switch over to that in a minute, pick up that match. It'll be Peyton Duckett versus Anja Dokic. Hensman have dropped the rubber. They don't drop many rubbers over the course of the year, and already Alexander Park has done better today than what they've done the last couple of times they've played, and not winning a rubber. So they're one rubber all. So if they get another upset here, if Peyton can get across Anja, or Sheridan can beat Haley Burton, they could actually be in front before the doubles. Oh, that's a big forehand.
Huge.
That is a big forehand. He's a different sort of player, isn't he? He sort of, he doesn't give up any ground. He stands close to the baseline, and he's happy to take the ball in the half volley on the rise and just hits through the line of the ball and generates great speed as a result of that.
Yeah, I was just about to say he's definitely more of a stand and deliver type of player,
Isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, obviously just seeing that for him then, obviously it's a huge weapon for him. He's quite tall and obviously can utilise big serves as well, so actually could be quite suited to the grass court game.
And, sort of the further you get back on any court, let alone a grass court, the more angles you open up for your opposition. So the very best players try to get us up on the baseline as close as they possibly can, unless you're Daniel Medvedev.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're playing 5 minutes behind, you run out of court space.
Yeah, I don't think Medvedev would be comfortable playing here, Shane. I think they'd have to move the fences for him.
He's doing a pretty good job there. He's held his serve. What he's doing by playing up on the baseline, he's actually taking time away from Downey. And the ball's back at his feet before he even realises a lot of the time. So we'll see how it works, but it looks like it's a tactic that Ethan's playing. I don't know whether it's something that he normally does, but we'll see how it goes today. So he's still down a break. To get back in this match, he's going to need to break serve in the next couple of service games. It's probably the best end to do it from downwind.
Yep, I think first point's critical here if you can find a way to get this ball back in play and put some pressure on Daniel Downey. Snake that first point, and pressure's a funny thing. All sorts of things can happen, so let's see what happens.
And again, you saw he planted his feet really early and just swung it from there, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. It was a pretty big swing, wasn't it, for a first serve? You'd just be looking to use your weight, I would have thought, with that one, and just have that small swing and just lean forward into it, get that ball back in play, and then start the rally again.
See, I like that much better as a return of serve then. Much better. That was his backhand side, much more compact swing. Probably overswung on that forehand that last point. Yeah, if I could say there's one typical mistake that most of the players are making on their forehand is they come off the ball.
Yeah, they're leaning backwards, aren't they?
The body weight's going back, and typically what happens is you play the ball long.
Yeah. So I think what happens there, Shane, is I talk about this a lot to younger players, is when you're off balance like that and you're playing on the back foot, your head tends to get further away from contact point. So in those situations, it's obviously better to hold your ground and keep your head as close to the contact point as possible, so then you avoid getting that miss hit or catching the frame because you're so far away from it with your head and obviously that contact point in front.
Oh, I like that, Joel Pleydell, twice MVP State League. No, I like that. It's nice little one to have. Pretty tight in this service game here. Downey serving, up the breeze, up into the breeze, uphill. Yes, that's a much better return of serve, isn't it? Just took the pace off, just short swing.
That's right.
And dropped the ball at his feet. And problematic on a grass court when you're trying to hit a half volley when the ball's skidding and popping up and running along the ground. So yeah.
That's right, yep. And obviously with the serve volley, you're making him hit up if you're chipping it at his feet, so he's got to hit it up above the net, and then you can obviously close in from there.
Oh, he's done a great job. He's broken back. What a great job from Ethan Farlie there. So we'll move back on to the women's number 1 court. They're just about to start. Peyton Duckett from Alexander Park Tennis Club up against Anja Dokic from Hensman Park Tennis Club. We talked about Anja when she was playing out at Peppermint Grove earlier on in the season. The best 12-year-old in Australia at one stage was Anja Dokic. And they've been a stalwart of tennis for a long, long time.
I believe she does a bit of coaching now as well down at Hensman Park Tennis Club.
Anja's another one of the Hensman Park players that had a great season. She's won 4 of her 5 last singles, undefeated in doubles. So she's had a great season. Peyton is a little bit more mixed. 3 of her last 5 singles, 3 of her last 5 doubles. So what's your tip out here today, Mr. Twice MVP?
Yeah, I think Anja's going to probably have a few too many shots for Peyton here. He's obviously still developing, and obviously, as you said, Anja was ranked number 1 when she was 12 years of age, so she's obviously had a lot more experience than Peyton, so I think that might get her over the line today. But stranger things have happened, and hopefully Peyton Duckett can bring a lot of energy and really push Anja to try and win the match outright.
Missed that one there. And Anja is another Curtin University student, albeit online. So she's still studying, but combining study and work, as you mentioned. When we watched Anja play last time, we noted that she nearly hits every time a slice serve. But the slice serve is so good, being a lefty, particularly to the backhand court, it just tends to run away from you.
Yeah, and add to that a grass court, so the ball's going to stay even lower.
Yeah, she played a great game against Talia Gibson out of Peppermint Grove early on the season. We covered that match, and she played because Lily Fairclough wasn't back, and played a great game and caused a lot of problems for Miss Gibson with the slice serve. That's the serve we're talking about. You saw it breaking away, and it's like, I know I'm going to hit a slice. You know I'm going to hit a slice, but if my slice is better than what you can give back, I'm going to win the point. So even though we both know what's coming.
Yeah, and you can tell it's happening because she does throw that ball right out wide, doesn't she? So you know she's going to cut around it.
Yeah,
there it is.
Exactly what we're talking about. So she's gone the 2 big lefty serves, slice down the middle, slice wide, for 1 unplayable and 1 ace. And we'll see a lot of that today. It's going to be like, dare I say, the master and the apprentice, I think, today.
I think you're exactly right there, Shane.
It looks like Anja's full of focus, and she knows she's going to be playing number 1 for the rest of the season. When I was talking to Anja a little bit earlier, she was saying that Lily Fairclough's not likely to come back. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody out there, but pretty much committed now to the National High Performance Group in Brisbane.
Brisbane, yep.
And so she'll be playing number 1 for the rest of the season, I would think. We're just moving across back to the men's game. Ethan Farlie to serve against Dan Downey. So can I ask my producer, Tommy O, is that score current? Tommy O, what are you doing? You're throwing me under a bus. Come on, you got to lift Tommy O.
I believe we are on serve.
On serve?
I think it's on serve, but I think...
Did he break, did he?
Yes. We did have a breaker serve back, so it made it on serve. Daniel got broken in his last service game. But then again, I think we just had another breaker serve, so now I think Daniel serving for the set at 5-3.
See, just saying, that's monkey brains. I've just made an unforced error off a key point. I've got my opponent serving down breeze. I've got to make every return and serve, give myself into the point. There's no much point trying to pull the trigger on a winner and miss it. Takes the pressure off the server straight away. If you watch, I'm interested to watch Ethan's movement on the back court when he's returning serve. He doesn't move up or back, he doesn't move across, he just sort of sets himself. He must have great hand-eye coordination to be able to do that.
Oh, it's a
Great
classy slice there, yeah. The little inside-out slice.
Diving, going
Yeah,
away
that's right, going away, and it's still breaking the sideline there, so very...
And of course, what Dan did as well, he came in behind it as well, so
Yep.
all of a sudden that window of opportunity gets tighter and tighter and smaller.
Yeah, that's right.
It had to be all or nothing, and it was nothing. 30 love, 2 points away from the set. Yeah, didn't overplay it, just did enough, didn't he? It wasn't a great volley, but Ethan had to come up with something special. 40 love.
No, that's right. Yeah, he got that serve out wide and then saw the open court, and he just didn't overplay that volley. It flowed a little bit. There was time to make a pass, but
3 set points.
Yeah, 3 set points coming up.
He's quite a unique individual, Dan Downey, because if you watch him, he hears everything in the crowd. He sees everybody in the crowd, whereas a lot of us would just put a head down and wouldn't even just block it out. Oh, lovely.
Great
game.
hands.
All closed out. Yeah, horses for courses, I guess.
Yep.
You know, and Jimmy Connors was one that always used to have his switch on, switch off. So he'd switch on just before every point started, and he'd switch off at the end of each point, and he'd interact with the audience, the crowd, and the umpire, and the ball boys, and the linesmen. And he'd switch on, switch off. And it looks like me like Dan Downey, just a bit of the same thing. He's quite engaged with the crowd, and if someone's talking about him, you'll hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting comment, isn't it? Yeah, some of the best players in the world can do that, and others just like to knuckle down, put their head down, and stay focused. But yeah, I guess as we move across back to the women's here, I believe, are we on serve?
No, we're sort of between changes, so I don't know whether Peyton Duckett held serve or not. And you're serving down breeze with the breeze coming across her shoulder. This is perfect setup for a left-hander here. And there's that slider going away. You'd expect Anja to be serving a lot of breakers out wide on the backhand on this side with that ball coming, the wind coming across the side. So let's see what she does here. And of course, the righty's got to cover that one, so you might see Peyton step out even into the tram lines to cover it, and then opens up down the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll see what happens.
That's right.
Yeah,
there it is.
As we talked about.
Yep. Yeah, very good swinging first. What I'd probably love to see from Peyton is to just keep changing up her return position, so just not giving Anja the same look-ins on each side, so just keep mixing it up and try and make her play a different serve.
There's the interesting one. That's the lefty flat out wide. That's the McEnroe serve. Used to do that so well. And there's the stock standard slice sliding away, and that was something McEnroe used to do so well. He had everybody sitting on down the tee with the slice serve, and then he managed to flatten it out and hit push a serve out wide to the forehand and get out, inside out that ball. Very, very tough serve. He did it so well. So we are on serve. So Peyton must have held serve. So we've had 3 games on serve, and we'll move back onto the men's court into the second set. about to welcome back Mr. Marijan, National High Performance Coach at Tennis West.
Welcome back, Goran.
Thank you.
Nice little break there. Yeah, did you go inside, get some refreshments?
Oh, just catching up with a few coaches, actually catching up with the coach of Peyton, Duckett, Scott Marshall. I know Scotty from way back.
Scotty Marshall.
Battles with him and
does a great job out at East Fremantle.
East Fremantle for a long time.
Yes. All right, just moving across back to the women. So we're back on serve with Peyton serving at 2-1 down. Like that play though, Goran. She worked her feet really well there, but just didn't quite get the hand clipping over top of the ball there and just floated long.
Just to keep it in the court. Those hands are just a massive part of understanding when you want to be aggressive, but just that consistency of keeping the ball in play.
Just falling off that one there, Peyton, coming up with a double fault. So she's put a little bit of a pressure on herself here on her second service game. I think she got away with that one, didn't she, Peyton, there?
Yeah,
she
got that off the hook there.
Yeah,
The forehand short.
that's right. It was a nice first serve and then just floated a forehand back in, and then Anja just making an unforced error there. So let off the hook. Yeah, great body serve there by Peyton to hold. Now we got 2-2. So just saying before Goran, obviously Anja's probably got a bit more experience here on this court going into this match and probably has the edge slightly over Peyton. Obviously, just wait for this point. So obviously Anja has that. You notice, you know you're going to get a slice serve from her because she throws that ball right out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should be able to read that serve, but at least that was a well-struck serve, and if you could read it. She's quite aggressive off the baseline.
Yeah.
Peyton needs to understand that and weather the storm sometimes off the ground, knowing when to just try to neutralise and when to take the opportunity to attack.
Yeah. Yeah, so I suggested before to Shane when she was returning the last service game, I'd love to see her just mix around her return positions a bit and not give Anja the same look-ins. So she's going to hit that sliding serve probably on that ad side, so looking to really maybe take a step out there, and just try and get her to look at that flat serve maybe, so see if you can have a look at a second serve, see if she can miss that first one.
Yeah, most players, they have their returning positions, but then you actually probably have to change that position depending on the person you play. If you are obviously understanding they're serving to a particular spot more often, you definitely got to shuffle over and give yourself that chance, and then make them go for the serve that they're not as comfortable hitting.
See Anja there a little bit frustrated with that shot there, just overplaying that forehand.
I think just guess with Peyton knowing that she's playing an experienced player, a player who does play regularly at number 1, number 2, just to ask some questions, stay in the rally, knowing that Anja will hit some winners, the errors will come as well. So it's just understanding that she can stay in the point long enough and feel the game a little bit more at the start of the match.
Yeah, and that's an important point you made, because obviously Peyton comes into the match and probably feels like she has not as much to lose maybe as Anja. So just to go out there and maybe just enjoy it a bit more and embrace the experience and just see how far you can push Anja in this match. Obviously taking it point by point, but just keeping your energy high and just maybe moving the ball around into some different positions and see what your opponent can come up with.
And just also don't be afraid when she gets a chance, a breakpoint chance, just go for it. You know what I mean? Just don't feel like you're gonna against an experienced player on a big point and wait for their mistakes. Sometimes just if you got the chance, go for it and try to get that pressure on the scoreboard.
Just a great serve, wasn't it? Sliding right.
It's an interesting one because Peyton's back is very, I've seen Peyton play a little bit at Uppercross High School and in our squads. She's got a great backhand, so I don't think there's a reason why she'd have to probably run around that ball on the serve when it's moving like that on the grass.
And especially, that it's sliding away from you as well, trying to use your feet to get around for a forehand there is very difficult.
Tough if you're not in position, it just goes into your body, and even if you get it in the court, it's not going to be so effective.
Another good sliding serve there by Anja out wide. And comfortable hold for her, leading 3-2. Oh, as you can probably hear, the wind is moving around a bit out at the moment.
Picked up, moving around.
Swirling everywhere. So we think we might see this wind play a bit of a role in these later matches this afternoon.
Yeah, it's always tough as well, as we know in doubles, when it's windy. A few more lobs thrown around, there's balls moving up for the smash, so never easy playing these conditions.
Well, we see both players making their way into their positions. Peyton Duckett serving at 2-3 down.
Missing that forehand, the right shot to play. Probably the opportunity to definitely go for that, go for the winner there. Just missing that a little bit wide.
Oh, great hands there. Peyton Duckett got down nice and low and picked that volley up off the ground, half volley.
Second serve body there, body there, just to draw an error there from Anja. So again, by the previous match on this court, there's not many rallies over 3 or 4 shots. Just the girls are trying to go big early in the rally.
Yep. Yeah, look, and it's always good to have that aggressive mindset. You want to be the first one to get that big strike in to take control of the point, but obviously if it's not there to be hit, then you want to be looking to play a defensive shot and work yourself back to neutral, and then again look for that aggressive ball later in the rally. And Goran, as you've been around high-performance tennis for a long time, you know there's been great debate over whether once you get to this certain level as a teenager or late in your teenage years, what kind of direction do you take? Do you take the college route, or do you pull the trigger and start playing professional tournaments? What's your sort of philosophy behind there?
That probably depends on where you're at before college. If you're a player that's already at a national or international level in the juniors, doing very well, then you probably want to maybe take that opportunity to go and see how you go on the pro tour. But there are plenty of players that these days are going to college and then going pro. You know, it's a great opportunity to go college. You're playing, obviously, you grow up in Perth, you're playing the same people a lot of the time. So if you do go over there, you get that experience of playing different players, seeing a bit of the US, and then maybe going and getting yourself when you're probably fully developed in your game and, you know, quite fit. You know, in all the colleges, their fitness regime is pretty high. And then go out there and giving yourself a crack at the pro tour and then see what happens. So there's two ways around it. But I always believe that you've got to, if you're feeling that you are doing the right things, to go out there and experience it and see where you go. Go to Europe, go to the US and play some tournaments, and then, you know, see how you build on those opportunities.
Yeah, and I guess always if you decide to take that college route and you see it, there's numerous examples that have come out of the college system and done great things on the ATP and W2A tours. So it's certainly a path that shouldn't be dismissed. And obviously you get that. Sorry, we'll just wait for this point. Again, obviously you get that scholarship, and obviously you get that backing behind you, as well as you're getting to play some full-time tennis, and you get obviously an education paid for over in the States. So again, you've got that backup plan coming back if you want to decide that tennis maybe not for you in the end, and you come back and you can start a different career pathway.
Oh, most definitely. You know, and obviously examples where you're saying, you know, Sharma's one. You know, she's gone from college to top 100 in the world. But it just opens a lot of doors. I went to college, and you know, I'm obviously coaching in tennis. There's a lot of guys that are from WA that went to college and are coaching. So there's different pathways, and if you go and stay involved with tennis, it's great. If not, then, you know, there's plenty of people that are not involved in tennis their day to day, but they're still going out there and playing pennants on the weekends, and still a big part of their life. So no, it's good to try to keep in the game any way you can. So Anja's slightly getting on top here.
Yeah, we're just seeing a few more errors coming out of Peyton now.
Yeah, I feel like she's maybe finding it a bit tougher with the pace and with the wind also than just playing against the wind. And Ksenija does hit a good quality ball, so if she's got a few extra Ks on it now with the wind, Peyton seems to be struggling with that.
Again there, just an easy unforced error from Peyton on the second serve. Interesting though, Peyton seemed on that last return there was not much willingness to move forward into that return, so we'll see what happens on this one.
It seems like she's having a little bit of trouble with the slow slow spinny ones that move a bit more. it's always tough, playing lefty. They can push you out of the court on that backhand side, and if you feel that happening, you try to maybe press a bit more and try to make it a better return and then actually come up with an error instead of going maybe to the middle cross court, and then if they hit a winner down the line, too good.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, moving on to the guys here, the number 1 guys. Downey up a set and 3-love at the moment. Just the 1 break in the second set.
Oh, good movement there. I thought that was a great touch there from Daniel Downey, but the speed from the other end moving in just made him play that low volley, and just all Daniel could do was flick it up, and there was an easy backhand volley put away. Bit of a lucky forehand there, wasn't it? Just caught a little bit of frame and just made it over the net and ended up being a forehand winner.
Back to the women's match here. Peyton serving at 2-5, love 15.
Just a ball coming over across from the men's game, so we'll have to replay this point.
Backhand return, then off backhand return. Short and angled, forcing the error from Peyton.
Just a loose backhand there from Peyton, just lifting up out of that backhand and flying long, so pressure is now mounting. That's a great forehand there by Anja.
Yeah, good ability there just to neutralise the ball when Peyton hit that good shot deep and then took advantage of the short ball. That's the first set for Anja Dokic.
Yeah, so going on the as we move across to the men's action here, on the more of the professional side of things, we obviously know we're so isolated here in Perth, and it's very difficult to get on that ATP tour or WTA tour from Perth. Some of these players, obviously, we have limited opportunity being in Perth and being able to travel and So what's your kind of thought process if you're, say, top of your game in your under 16s or 14s or 16s, and the opportunity arises to move maybe to Europe or the US or maybe even East Coast? Would you be looking to base yourself somewhere else? We obviously know it can be done. We've got our very own Matty Abden, who's just made the Australian Open final in the doubles. So he's one example who have actually stuck their base out of Perth and managed to maintain a level and stay on the ATP tour for over nearly 10 years.
Yeah, I think it's possible, obviously, to stay in Perth, but it is just understanding that there's a long road process. You know, Matty Abden was away, obviously with COVID, but he's away most of the year. You know what I mean? If you do get to that stage and level, you are away probably 40 weeks of the year. At the junior level, I think at 14, 15, 16, you just got to get on the road and play junior ITFs. And even if there are in Australia, or you know, if you have to go to Asia, just to get exposed to that kind of competition and playing different people and getting yourself a world junior ranking. Okay, the other options are obviously if you are going to Europe, maybe basing out of an academy before you play some tournaments, just so knowing that you're going to be a few months away. But you know, Taylor Preston's another one who's based out of Perth and working with Brad Dyer and doing a great job, but she'll be going on the road in a couple of weeks' time and probably won't see her till September. So it's just understanding that you are a long time away from home, but yeah, unfortunately, this is how this sport is. You know, it's you chase the sun.
Yeah,
you're
that's
always,
right. That's exactly right.
You're going into all the places around the world, and you know, I think Maddie Inglis has been home for a long time. Actually, she obviously missed out the opportunity because of the restrictions after Australia to come home. So now she's already gone on the road. And Astra and John Pierce left on Thursday, thinking he probably won't be back till September. So it is that lifestyle. It is tough, but you've got to do it. You've got to go to the road. You've got to ask those questions about yourself, about your game, and see how you hold up.
Yeah, and that's great insight. I mean, obviously, you're right. You're going to have to be away from home, and it's not as glamorous as what it's thought out to be by maybe people who haven't been around tennis that long or not in the nuts of professional tennis. It's an absolute grind, and these players are away for a long period of time, and it's not just what you see on TV. It's all the work that goes behind the scenes.
Yeah, and then in the pro level, you're starting at 15,000s, you're starting 25,000s. You know, you've got to get yourself through there, get your first points. You know, and obviously financially, it's not easy. It's you're traveling the world, you're staying out of hotels. If you want to have a coach with you, it's another expense. So it's not easy. But again, I feel like you've got to do it. And if you don't do it with a coach, you travel with another Aussie player or another friend that's in a similar situation as you. So you've got someone on the road to train with and have that experience with.
Yeah, that's right. And you see probably a lot of people at that fringe level just outside the 100, a lot of them coach share, don't they?
Yeah.
So a lot of those players share a coach, so they share the expense.
Yeah. There's ways about it. Or, you know, if you are going away for 6 months, maybe you just have a coach for 3 of those months, and the other 3 months you've got to do it on your own.
Yeah.
I just find out a lot about yourself when you are on the road alone. You've got to watch your opponents sometimes yourself. You've got to figure out how they play. You know, so you haven't got a coach telling you, you know, what's this? And you know, with technology these days, it's actually not too bad. You can watch your probably players' matches when they are playing away. So there's all those abilities, and do some texting coaching.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's a great experience if anyone can get out of Perth, and even if it's Eastern States for some nationals or some ITFs.
Just putting yourself in those different environments, isn't it, and just exposing yourself to those different atmospheres and understanding how it feels. And as we just see Anja there just overplaying that forehand. So I believe we're in the first game of the second set, Anja winning the first set 6-2.
Great slider out wide there.
Yep, so I'd love to just see Peyton there, just take a step out towards those sidelines and try and nullify that swinging lefty serve out wide there. So
yeah, definitely
just try and mix up her positioning a little bit more, but maybe that's probably the next stage in her development, and just understanding that if people have their go-to players, then you've got to try and neutralise that as early as possible, and neutralise that point so you can give yourself the best chance of winning and stringing points together, as you were saying before.
Over to the men's match now. Daniel getting a dead let call there, and I think it was a game point to Ethan, so good timing on his behalf.
So what we got? 6-3, 3-love,
yeah.
and Juice.
Juice, yeah. Game's been going for a while now, so obviously it's probably a do or die game for Ethan. Don't want to be a double breakdown on the grass.
No, that's right. It's a long fight back from 2 breaks down on grass courts, especially in the men's game. Downey just overplaying that last forehand. I think it was the right play, but just missing the sideline, just pushing it into the trams. So we got game point. All right, we're just going to have a swap over in commentary here. I'm going to let Shane take over from myself.
Thanks, Joel. Great job once again. How's it all going, guys? Bring me up to speed. What's going on?
Well, Anja just took the first set here and against Peyton. Just overpowering Peyton a little bit at the moment, and really working her lefty serve out wide, causing Peyton some trouble. Great shot there from Peyton.
Yeah, before you joined us, we were talking about the fact that Anja, you know what serve you're going to get from Anja, but she does it so well and it doesn't change. Mm-hmm. It does it so well. And even if you know the serve's going to be breaking away, you still got to be able to have the skills to be able to counter that and put a quality return back.
Yeah. I think Peyton probably could change her stance on the return just to give herself a little bit more time out there, and then maybe even ask the question for Anja to go tee with it. So
yes.
Just to.
So she won the first set quite comfortably.
Quite comfortably, was it? Even start, but she just broke away there from 2 each to 6-2, and just a couple of errors creeping in as well from Peyton's forehand side. She's just not getting enough on that backhand to.
Well, that wasn't a well-prepared slice backhand, was it? You know, we found that a few times from the athletes who are using 2 hands on their backhand. They're quite comfortable coming over the top of it, bunting it back, hitting it on the rise. But as soon as they got to take a hand off the rack and try to slice it, they don't manufacture that point nearly as well. It's a quality shot, isn't it? Former number 1 12-year-old player in Australia, Anja Dokic. There's a lot of pedigree there, isn't there? A lot of experience there.
Yeah.
Is that a break for 2-0?
2-0, yes, 2-love now. Nice serve. So getting plenty of cheap points on that first serve, Anja.
Do you have a score update on the match between Curry and Hayley Burton?
Looking from here, looks
like Curry's won the first set, I think, hasn't she? Looks 6-3, 3-4 in the second, so it looks like it's on serve in the second. You'd expect Sheridan to win that one. You know, Sheridan's number 1, normally plays in the number 1 position. Hayley does play down the order a little bit. Hayley's had a great season though. Hardly defeated in singles and doubles this year, as most of the Hensman Park girls have been. You can probably hear in the effects microphone Downey talking to the crowd. When you were off air and I was talking to Joel, I said, He's a unique character, Dan, because he actually talks with the crowd. He hears what the crowd is saying. He actually engages with the crowd, which is quite unique.
Yeah. Yeah, normally you just want to have your head in the game and concentrate on what you're doing. But if he has the ability to be able to talk to the crowd and then switch back on.
Yes, and I made the analogy that reference to Jimmy Connors. It was always like that. He had a switch on, switch off concentration button. He'd switch off as soon as the point was over. That way he wouldn't overthink things too much. He'd just relax, interact with the crowd and everybody else around the court.
I had a feeling he would do that as well and try to get in his opponent's head and switch them off. And there you go. So I remember reading Johnny McEnroe's book, and he felt like Jimmy Connors would do it on purpose sometimes, argue with the referee for about 5 minutes and get your opponent cold.
This is what Johnny Mack was saying.
Yeah.
That's a bit cheeky from Johnny Mack, wasn't it?
He was doing the same thing.
Yeah, always. Yeah. Yeah, great depth on that return from Peyton Duckett there. All ahead of her here, down a set and a break. A lot of work to do. Looks like Ella Nurkic is sitting in the seat on the side of the court to support Anja. Not that she's needs too much help at the moment. There's that serve we talked about. And that's the point we talked about. We said, lefty serving from this end with the sea breeze going across your left-hand side. I mean, that's just a no-brainer, that serve. It's a serve that all left-handers learn to hit. Yeah. And even though Peyton knows the serve's going there, you still got to be able to do something with it. And, of course, it's going out your double-handed backhand. Then you're short on reach and you're out of position. Open court.
Yeah.
Just a standard 1-2 punch there.
1-2 punch, exactly, yeah. Up to the guys now. Dan's serving at 4-1. Up a double break in this set.
Yeah, pretty comfortable, isn't he?
Great
that's
shot.
a lovely shot.
Stay patient there with a few slices and then backhand line. Not an easy ball. Ball's quite low there, but
yeah, we're saying that Dan's been a bit down on form. He's only won one of his last 5 singles matches, so he's found the going pretty tough at one. And he'll be welcoming a win here to improve his stats.
Always good as well if they do make finals. Get a couple of wins at the end of the season. Get a bit of confidence for the finals.
Well, they should win today, shouldn't they? If they win today, they'll be a lock for the top 4.
Okay. Yep.
They'll be trying to finish 3. Mind you, I think whether you play Cottesloe or Hensman on the hard, neither of them are easy arse, are they?
Yeah, you probably think that they'd probably want to play Cottesloe knowing it's going to be on the grass.
Being a grass court team, yeah.
Grass court team, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of fight there from Ethan. So he's down 5-1 in the second.
On the back court over there, I think, my eyes, 7-6 probably
to Alexander Park. Yep, a bit tired than we thought maybe. Yeah. Must be a good young player, isn't he? Marco?
Yeah, he's definitely improved over the last 12 months. Currently getting coached by Ash Dyer out in Greenwood.
Another one in Ash's stable. He's got some good players, hasn't he?
Yeah, he knows what he's doing out there, and he's got Marco's in our program a couple of times a week and joins our senior squad in the mornings. So he's really improved. He's got a great game off the back, off the court, off the ground.
Happy to work hard.
Yeah, happy to work hard, and he's one of the boys that will be travelling this year, playing some junior ITFs around Australia.
Will you be taking the boys away?
I'll be going to the Nationals in Canberra coming up in April, and then we have a couple in Darwin in June and July, junior grade 5s. So hopefully have a good bunch of kids to go up there. I think Peyton, probably Duckett also would be one that should be looking to go to those tournaments. And I definitely think if we have a high number of kids, we'll get a few coaches going out there to support them. So that'd be good.
So the Darwin ITF's still going, eh?
Still going, yeah. They've been around for a long time.
Yeah, I remember going away with a group of Tennis West athletes to Darwin, and at the time then, Sam Stozer was a junior, and she was one of the older ones there in the juniors. But she had a big game then, and then she finished a match, won a match easy, stayed on the court for another 2 hours in practice.
Yeah.
Success leaves clues.
I've actually spent a bit of time with her former coach, David Taylor. On
Oh,
the
yes,
road,
yeah.
And he was amazed with her work ethic. I can't remember how many years they were together. Quite a few. Obviously had the US Open title and the French Open final. But he was amazed that she just put in 100% effort every time she stepped on the court.
Yeah, incredibly hard worker. And she's retired from singles, but still going to play doubles, isn't she?
Yeah, won the US Open last year in doubles, and obviously got a family now, and it's tough to be on the road so often. So maybe just picking her, knowing that she's got a high doubles ranking, she could probably pick her tournaments and what she wants to play.
And who's she playing doubles with?
I think she's playing most of the time with.
Australian girl?
No, the Chinese girl, Zheng, I think.
Zheng, yeah.
So they won the US Open last year together, and I think they might have won the Australian Open or the final Australian Open. Won the Australian Open a few years back now. So obviously, Sam's been world number one in doubles a few years back when she won a lot of titles with Lisa Raymond, and so now that she's turning 38 this year.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Turning 38 this year, obviously just going to focus on the doubles and maybe have a bit more time at home.
It's all one-way traffic out here in the women's singles. Anja's doing it very comfortably at the moment. Still holding on to that break. Peyton's trying to do her best to get back into the second set. Has already given the first away. Yeah, long on the serve there, double fault there. So what's the book on Peyton Duckett? Have you seen her development go? Strengths, weaknesses, what does she need to work on?
I think her strengths are definitely her back end. I reckon she's got a very nice back end. Very clean, very good technically, good swing, and confident to go after it. The forehand side and the serve, I think are areas that can improve. Just with a little bit more consistency in both those areas. Forehand is an area that I think can be a little bit more pace as well.
Oh, that's a big shot. Two-handed backhand from the backcourt there from Dokic. It's a great shot. So works hard.
Works hard, yeah. She's definitely the harder worker. She's got her name on the boards there in the gym at the tennis centre. That feel that we do the testing every year, and her name's up there quite a bit.
Okay.
So she's good in the agility side and the strength side. So.
And tennis IQ.
Yeah, I'm probably yet to see enough matches to see how she's going. But I think even today she'd probably have to adjust that, understanding that serve. And then it is tough when you are down, a set and 4-love. You start pressing a bit more, maybe trying to get back in the match and make a few more errors. So.
You can probably hear the applause in the background. Sheridan Curry's, I think she's been on the court twice in that point, and got up quickly, sprinted to the net and hit a passing shot past Haley Burton.
Good body serve there from Anja.
Yeah, I think you're right. You mentioned before that Peyton's not doing enough to move around the court and change position on return of serve, is she? She's pretty static there, pretty passive there. And if she knows most of the time the ball's going to be slicing away from her, needs to probably make a few allowances there.
I think you just got to do that with the people you play against.
That's just a tremendous point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Peyton's done a great job getting the return back, but of course it was very flat, very low, and was all or nothing because she was outside the court and didn't even get back inside the court there.
But you just see the adjustment from Anja there, knowing it was a good return, just blocked it back,
yeah.
Hit the target.
You're going for the McEnroe serve wide. Tried that a couple of times though, hasn't made him. Tough serve for a lefty. Anja does a great job getting low, doesn't she, on that backhand? You saw that, you would have seen that on the camera then, that the ball skidded through really low, didn't stand up on it, stayed low and really just hit through the line and did a great job.
You can see the experience there, just knowing when to neutralise, when to attack, or even when to defend. It's just makes a tennis player taking away those unforced errors in matches that you shouldn't really be going for.
You're right, and a lot of players like to hear the ball coming off their racket hard and fast, and they like to thump the ball and feel as though they're an aggressive player, but you've got to pick the right ball, don't you?
Yep.
So we're 5-0, so it's all one-way traffic on the second court. So this will get Hensman back into the match. So that'll put them 2 rubbers to 1 up. And we were expecting Curry to get across Burton, but looks like it's pretty tight out there.
Yeah, tight in the second set, 5-4 to Burton. So unless Sheridan held serve, it would be Haley serving for it. But I think it could be 5-all. We just haven't changed the scorecard yet.
And you're pretty relaxed, pretty comfortable there. Done a good job to get to this stage. Just needs to close it out now. You see Katy O'Shea in the coach's chair having a chat to the young Peyton Duckett. Yeah, it's a learning experience for her, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. 16 years of age this year. 15 actually, I think Peyton's only 15. So good experience playing number 1 in State League. It's a tough ask, but against someone very experienced. But again, just got to take it as an experience and learn from it.
And whilst we stay on this women's singles match, the men's number 1 has just finished. We're seeing Downey gobble down a banana there, getting his protein, his potassium levels up again. And so he's done well there. So a straight sets win to Alexander Park.
Great shot from Anja. On the run, forehand cross court.
So as we expected, Hensman, Alexander Park doing it very well in the against Mount Lawley at the moment. Looks like the other match is finished at the back there. Can you see who won that one, Goran?
No, I think they've just gone for a drink break. I think they're actually sitting off the court for their drink breaks.
It's still pretty warm out here. So that gives in the men's, it gives Alexander Park the first 3 rubbers, with Ashwin, Sharma still playing against Mrdak. The final stages of this number 1 singles out here between Peyton, Duckett and Anja Dokic. So Peyton will be pretty keen to get on the board in this set and remove that bagel against the name.
Yep.
And put a bit of pressure on it.
Yeah, make Anja serve it out.
Yeah, you're right on the men's, it's still going. Oh, that's just big, isn't it? Seeing the ball as big as a watermelon at the moment.
Yeah. Might be 3 love the other way up there. If you can see that correctly. Is it 3 love?
Yeah, first set to Ashwin, and it looks like he's down 3 love in the second, maybe.
Or is he up?
No, he might be up 3 love in the second.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So set and 3 love.
Set and 3
Yeah, so I apologise to our viewers, but the scoreboard's behind the net, behind the wire and the fence, so it's a little bit hard to read.
Good defensive shot there from Anja.
Yeah, and that was the match then and there, and you could see just the experience there. Forced back deep. Peyton hit a really nice ball deep to Anja's forehand, and you just got back to it, threw it up in the air, just let it land pretty deep, and then poor old Peyton couldn't get anything on that, and it dropped short, and Anja was all over it to win that second set 6-love. So comprehensive win to Anja Dokic over Peyton Duckett, 6-2, 6-love. And that puts Hensman ahead in the tie, 2 rubbers to 1, with Curry still out there against Burton. And we'll move across. No, we won't move across to the men's. No, they won't start their doubles yet, I don't think. Thanks, Tommy O, for the heads up. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for us now because our matches on the 4 courts have all gone. They're all finished, and we're looking through all the courts to the very far end. But both are in the final stages, or could be in the final stages.
Sheridan's serving to stay in the second set, 5-6. If my eyes are correct with that scoreboard.
Yeah. Yeah, so a good start from Haley there. So Haley, having lost the first, to be very, very keen to get back in this and take it to a match tiebreak. We've already had one match tiebreak in the women's already.
Might have been an opportunity there. Maybe with that reaction, could have been a set point. Not sure of the score in that game. And in the men's match at the back there, Marco playing against Ashwin. Setting 3-love to Ashwin. Trying to make it a 4-0.
Yeah, it'd be 4-0. Four singles to Alexander Park of Ashwin and get across the line here. It looks like Marco's doing a pretty good job. You can probably hear in the microphone Sharon Curry frustration there. She's serving to stay in this second set, and I think she's down. And Haley's feeling pretty looks pretty good, pretty comfortable. Could win the second set 7-5. Drop back on the side.
Drop back on there, yeah. And Marco was able to hold serve there, so 3-1.
The ref's just coming back out onto the 4 courts here to remove the single sticks. Single sticks are in operation for all singles matches. Well, they obviously do come out of play for doubles. That's why they're called single sticks.
Looks like if
and the idea of the
there.
Pardon me. And the idea of the single sticks is that what it does, it puts the height of the net exactly 3'6" inside the tram lines there. And for those who are watching on the screen, who knows the height of the net in the middle? I know you would, guys, because I taught you. How high is the net in the middle? In feet.
Oh. I think you stumped me there, mate. I couldn't.
See, I remember you used to sit up the back of the room, didn't you, all the time? You're always talking to the girls. Always talking to the girls. Yeah, so that was obviously one of the lessons you missed, didn't pay attention to.
You want to tell us how high it is?
3 feet.
3 foot.
3 foot. 3'6" on the side, yeah.
Oh, what a great shot there from Ashwin. We're talking about the single sticks and being removed for the doubles. If Sheridan does get up and it's 2-all, the doubles is going to be a big part of this rubber. Or on the men's side, it looks like it might not be.
Well, I mean, if Sheridan can get up, as we're still serving here, as we were saying, they haven't won a rubber in the 2 fixtures they played against Hensman. So they're already ahead of the game where they were before. So I think if they can go to 2-2, who knows? Who knows? I mean, Sheridan Curry, very, very strong doubles player. And your Dokic, very, very strong doubles player for the other team.
But if Sheridan was able to get this in straight, they would actually be up by a set.
There would be a set because Ksenija won in a match tie break. Yeah, a loss today against Alexander Park is not going to hurt Hensman. They're on top of the ladder. Can't be knocked off the top just by virtue of their undefeated record. But it'll be a big boost for Alexander Park. You know, could find themselves in 3rd spot, which is, as we talked about in the start of the round, is where you want to be. Some big hitting out there on that back court, isn't there? It's a bit of a
one thing I've seen Marco's improvement just in only in my 2 months in the job so far, but he's just hitting some big balls off the ground, you know, and it's becoming more consistent. So he's had a good training week this week, even training a little bit with John Piers was in.
Wow.
Yeah, so
former number 1 in the world doubles player.
Yeah, so that's been a great experience for him.
I think this is another set point for Haley Burton on the back court against Sheridan Curry to take into a match tie break. So Hensman could sneak out of this yet. Oh, great defence from Sheridan Curry. It was out of the point completely, threw that ball nice and high in the air, and it's the second time we've seen Haley miss an overhead.
Yeah,
and on set points both times.
Yeah.
Back to juice in the girls' match. That was an ace. So this is a point for Curry to take it to a tie-break in the second set after having won the first. This is what Alexander Park need. They need to win this singles to give them the best chance of getting an upset result today. And there's a
match actually.
Is that match, was it?
Match. There you go. So it's hard to see the scoreboard from here, but it is the match, and Sheridan's got that in straight sets.
Wow.
So Alexander Park are going to the doubles up by a set over the top of the table, Hensman.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, you know, Alexander Park can be a bit of a shot now because Katy O'Shea's coming into doubles. And Katy's one of the best doubles players in State League, so having her with Sheridan Curry there, and Marissa. Marissa's a good doubles player. Is Marissa playing dubs?
Some inside information.
Oh, you better not. Oh, you can share it. No, you better not share it.
I think Katy's coming in, but I don't know who's going out. But
yeah, I know Katy's playing doubles. Scotty Walsh is out there getting some of his stills. You've probably seen on the social media, pages. He takes takes 140, 150 photos at a State League game, and there's some tremendous action shots. He gets great close up with his telephoto lens, doing a tremendous job. Works so hard. It is Scotty Walsh Media. And a shout out to Goods Property Services, our State League sponsor, our major sponsor, naming rights sponsor. So we're still in a holding pattern here. The boys, the number 3 singles is still got back into the shade off the court, sitting amongst the cars, trying to control some their core body temperature.
Yeah, they haven't changed the scoreboard yet for the latest change of ends. Marco might change it on the way down.
Hopefully Marco will change the score. Yes, he is.
3-2, so he's on back on serve. Back on serve.
So it looks like we're just getting ready for the women's doubles are getting ready to go pretty soon. Might be a little bit hard. Looks like one of the Watson girls is going to warm up. Maddie Watson going to warm up. We haven't seen Steph Watson today. Steph Watson often comes out and plays doubles. Haven't seen her today though.
No, I don't think she's here today. Nurkic is around, so she might be might be a change for the doubles in the Hensman Park team.
Yeah, spoke to Ella. She's ready to play. So the Alexander Park girls are having a deep conference over there, trying to work out who's going to play with who.
Well, it does change things, doesn't it?
Well, 2-2 and up by a set, yeah.
You know, if you get one doubles and straight, that's it. So
you've then got to stack your doubles, don't you?
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to try to make a strong pair and feel like that's the pair that's going to do it for you.
And all they need to do is win in straight, and they've won the day. It'd be a massive upset. Hensman Park haven't been beaten all year. There's some big hitting out there on the back court with the boys out there, the number 3s. Mrdak and Ashwin Sharma. Tied on the second set. Ashwin won the first in a tie break, and second set on serve. He was up a break. He's got tied and out. The Hensman Park girls are deep in conference at the moment, trying to work out what they're going to do.
Definitely looking to have an undefeated season. I don't know how many actually. I've played a bit of state league. Well, both of us have in our time. I don't think if anyone has ever gone undefeated. How many?
No, yeah, to go top to bottom, yeah. I mean, it doesn't happen very often at all. I'm sure it won't worry. Whilst they'd like down and beaten Regan, I don't think it's going to worry them too much. But it maybe does change things a little bit. Gives the other clubs a bit of a confidence there, because with Lily Fairclough not playing, Lily's been an awesome player this year. She 4 out of 5 singles and 5 out of 5 of the last doubles matches. Big player, big quality player to be missing. Whenever you miss at the top of your list, everybody's got to move up one. So there's still a lot of the crowd sitting out here. They're just waiting for the doubles to start. A lot of them have gone inside because it's just still so hot here. And watching the live stream on TV, I'm sure they are. And we're all keen to see how Hensman and how Alexander Park are going to play their women's doubles, because I'd say at the moment Hensman Park are in line for a massive upset. So Alexander Park a massive upset over Hensman Park.
Yeah, you've got quite a few experienced players in that Alexander Park team with Katy, Sheridan, Marissa, all played plenty of doubles.
Yeah, and all very, very strong doubles players. You'd say Anja's the strongest doubles player for Hensman. So who's she going to match up with?
Well, it looks like it could be the pairing there, Anja and Ella.
Against Katy and Maddie. So you'd expect Marissa to play with Sheridan Curry.
I think he would, yeah. I think that would be the way to go.
I think they've got to keep Marissa in, don't you, given the fact that she won a singles pretty comfortably?
Yeah. I think so. I think that'd be the way to go. You've got quite a few experienced players on that side.
Yeah, so a lot comes down to tactics here. The final result of the day really comes down to who picks the right pairs. Of course, you don't know what your opposition's going to do until you name your team. Yeah, it looks like Ella's going to play with Anja Dokic and Katy's going to play with Maddie Watson. It'll be a pretty even game, I would think. Who are you liking there?
Katy's a good doubles player. She's obviously fresh and didn't play singles. And same as Ella, actually. Ella will be fresh and didn't play singles. So we've got 2 double specialists coming in to playing that number 1 doubles here.
Yeah.
Anja's feeling good. She was very good in her singles match.
And yeah, not a lot of energy expended out there, was it? It was pretty clinical out there.
And Maddie was unlucky losing in 3, so...
Yes, it's probably a great matchup for Hensman, but I wonder what's left on the second court. Because if the other team, if Alexander Park goes Sheridan, Curry and Marissa Giannotti, that's a tough team to knock off there.
Yeah.
So there's
probably be against Ksenija and maybe Hayley Burton, you think?
Yeah, or Peyton.
Or Peyton's with Marissa and Sheridan. So it'd be, I think that would probably, the logical thing was maybe take Peyton.
Oh, I beg your pardon, yeah, I see what you mean.
But Hayley, Ksenija or Alice Stevens. So I think they would go with the experience of Ksenija and Hayley for that doubles.
Yeah, tough ask against Sheridan Curry and Marissa Giannotti, though, I think. I mean, I think that's where Hensman, Alexander Park are looking to win today in that doubles here. If they can win in straight sets, it really doesn't matter what happens out here on this court right in front of us. But I think Alexander Park will be feeling pretty good on both courts, I think. Yeah. The matchups are pretty good. I mean, Katy's a tremendous doubles player, great hands at the net, strong on the overhead.
So we can see they've started their warm-up on court 1 here.
Two girls who are fresh today are warming up together.
Yeah.
You'd like to think they've got onto an outside court and actually done their warm-up beforehand, given the fact that they didn't play singles.
Yes.
I mean, you certainly as high-performance coach at Tennis West, you'd be expecting that, wouldn't you?
I would, yes. Good, at least 20 to 30 minute warm-up is what the pros would do.
And if you're trying to get warm in your 5-minute hit up here, you're probably going to come up short, I think.
Yeah, it's going to take you a few games in the match to actually be warm. Probably want to have, before you hit that first ball, you have a good sweat going already. So.
I mean, because there's nothing worse than going out there and not making a return of serve or dropping your first service game, just because you haven't prepared properly. So, I'd like to think they have. So I would expect Harley to be playing doubles, wouldn't you? I think she's a very strong doubles player.
I think that'd go with Hayley and Ksenija.
And I'd expect in the men, the Downey boys, the brothers, would go together. Dan and Alex. Alex not playing so much singles anymore, but falling back onto doubles, and very, very strong doubles player with his brother.
Ashwin broke back there against Marco, so he's up a break again at 5-2 in the second set. So Marco's serving to stay in the match.
Yeah, I remember watching Ella play that doubles match at Peppermint Grove under lights, twilight, and played very, very solid. Good hands at the net. So I think this is going to be a great match here, I think.
You always do like it though when it does come down to doubles.
Oh, I do, yeah. Well, being a team game, it's a great way to finish it off, isn't it, this one? Yeah. Tennis League. Teams of up to 6 players, which gives you a chance to carry double specialists. And we're just going to give Goran a well-deserved break and welcome back JP, as he's called by BP.
Thank you, Shane. Thanks, Goran.
Thanks, Goran. Great job. Some powerful insights there as high-performance coach. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a very experienced man, Goran, isn't he?
Oh, he is, yeah.
World of knowledge.
He doesn't know the height of the net in the middle though. And I said to him that must have been the day he was sitting up the back with all the girls in the classroom because he didn't pay attention. That's for sure.
So Shane, how long were you teaching out at Applecross for?
About 11 years.
11 years. There you go. So
set up the program, and then.
So who was your successor? Was Angela?
Ange Green came in for 12 months.
Right.
And then Lee Jarvinen came across.
That's right.
And Lance Hines, who was one of my students as well.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's in very, very capable hands. Lee did a great job. I think now Lee's in student services, I think, from memory. But Lance is doing a great job. He's a lovely young fella too.
He is, and a state league winner, I believe.
Yes, at Hensman Park. That's right. Yep.
So yeah, they're in good hands out there. The specialist program.
Yes.
One of only a few.
Yep. As we were saying before, there were a couple of schools in WA when we first started. I think Kent Street had a program as a residential program where you could stay in Rotary House, and Linwood had a program. And I think since that time. Is it John Forrest? Maybe John Forrest.
Yeah, they've got one as well.
Yeah, John Campbell had one. He was running that for a while, but then, Kent Street sort of slowed down, and then Linwood ceased to exist, and the Applecross program went from strength to strength. The advantage Applecross had was that there was a quality school, a top-end school. So for a lot of parents wanting to get their kids a quality education, the tennis program gave them a way to get in. So as a result, we had a lot of people travelling as far south as Heath Ridge Hillary's, up the north, from Mandurah in the south, to come into the program.
Yeah, that's right, because obviously with the schooling here in Perth, it's all about zoning, right? So
it
if
is
you live in the area, but if you got that specialist program.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Applecross was in a very privileged zone, very much similar to Rossmoyne and Willetton. We weren't quite as big as what Rossmoyne and Willetton were as far as this number of students went, but a quality program, quality school, and only got better with the renovation they did the last 10 years. So it's an absolute quality program, and it continues to produce great athletes.
Yeah, it does. I was I was there for a few years.
You were there, JP.
Under Lee Jarvinen.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you go.
Was your brother there as well?
Mitchell was there for one semester in year 8.
Got in trouble chasing the girls?
He likes to claim a fame. He went to Perth Mod after that, but he...
Oh, as an academic?
He was no academic, let me tell you. But he was still in the zoning at that time. It hadn't quite switched over to a specialist school at that stage, so you could still get in around the zone. So my 2 oldest brothers went to Perth Mod as well, and a lot of us that lived around the Mount Hawthorn area where I grew up went to Mount Hawthorn Primary School. A lot of school friends went to Perth Mod, and then Churchlands became the big hit once Perth Mod turned to a bit more specialised. And
now it's just huge. It's just a huge school now, Churchlands.
Yes. And so Mitchell likes to claim a fame. He went to Perth Mod, and he doesn't say how or why, but he got in before it turned specialist, so there you go.
Wow. So I didn't know you were at Applecross.
Yes,
Geez, they'll obviously let anybody in. Yeah. Standards have dropped, haven't they?
They must have. They let me in.
Jeez.
That was me not listening to anything Lee Jarvinen said, unfortunately, but I was always picking up the rubbish because never brought my racket to school.
I wouldn't have liked that.
I know, yeah. I was a terrible student. Look, if I could go back in time and change it, I probably would have. I'm a bit more mature now, so...
Well, you'd hope so at 28.
Yeah, you'd think so.
So we used to have a policy in place where any student rocked up without their gear, without their racket, they'd be on the rope, and they'd skip the entire session.
Okay, so when I was there, you'd be picking up rubbish for the entire session, so that deterred a lot of people.
You wouldn't do it again.
That's right, you wouldn't be doing it again.
And nor should you if you come into a specialist program.
That's right, exactly. You're trying to set a precedent as a student there, and yeah, exactly right. It's a specialist program, right? So you want to be setting the tone.
How's the doubles going?
Yep, so we just had another break of serve now, so we're back on serve in this first set. Just a bit of a low ball toss there from Anja, I think.
Yeah.
You throw it up a little bit lower, maybe the wind's playing a bit of a part now out late in the day. The sea breeze is well and truly in, so wind is swirling around out there.
just not getting enough bite as she was in that singles match.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's coming off a little bit slower, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, do they use new balls for the doubles? I think maybe.
Nah, it's the same balls.
Same balls from singles, so maybe they're a little bit fluffier and not as much bite coming off it. We just saw, Ella at the net there just taking quite a decent swipe at that volley. Just maybe need to hold it a little bit tighter and make it a bit more compact on that backhand volley. Yeah, I think wind's playing a big factor now. That ball's floating up there, hanging around, and girls probably going to have to work overtime with their feet now to just make sure they're in their balance and they get their positioning right. Let off there, Maddie missing that second serve return. So just easing the pressure on Anja there as the server.
I think it would have been a break point, I think.
Believe we might have a sudden death juice here. Alright, so massive point in the early stage of this first set. There, great hands by both teams. Ella at the net there, just sticking that racket out, sticking her hands out and forcing an error out of Maddie. Trigger there down the line, just floating along, just with the wind behind. So that was a big point there at sudden death, and the Alexander Park team have just broken. So they lead
taking a
4-2.
4-2 lead. Important doubles matches here now, 2-2 after the singles. Alexander Park looking to win one in straight to take the day.
Yes, because they snuck a extra set in the singles, so they lead. It's 2 rubbers all, but they lead by a set, so all they need to do is win one of the doubles in straight and they'll win the day.
Oh, great return.
So I guess, Goran at the start of the doubles, I guess Hensman had no choice but to split up their strongest pairing, which I would imagine would be Anja and Ksenija.
I think Ksenija, yeah. It's
because obviously down by a set, they're going to have to try and win both doubles if they want to win the day.
Yeah, and Alexander Park have gone with bringing Katy O'Shane at the top pair, play Maddie Watson.
Yes, very experienced pair. They probably know each other very well, growing up together playing juniors.
And Sheridan playing with Peyton, so Marissa Giannotti came in to win the singles, but not playing the doubles. And Alice Stevens was taken out of the doubles by Ella Nurkic. So we've got two fresh players in the number 1 doubles. I think in the Maddie Watson here serving it. Nice lob.
Yeah, it's that awkward height one, isn't it? It's in between a smash and a high volley. So I guess in that situation, you're probably looking to play more of a block high volley, aren't you? Than trying that overhead, because it's a very awkward positioning. It's not quite high enough, so you can snap the wrist down on it. So it's an important game here for Hensman as they look to break back and get back on serve in this first set.
Yeah, doing. It's going to. There you go, 5-2 now to Alexander Park. Definitely got some pressure on Hensman now. They do go down a set.
Certainly a lot of pressure now. Anja looks like she'll play the rest of the season at #1 because Lily Flairclaw, I believe, has gone over to Brisbane and for the High Performance Academy over there.
Yeah, so Lily's taken the Brisbane-based option. She's going to be based over there. She'll probably be hitting the road soon to play some junior ITFs.
As we move over, we're looking at the men's action on court #1. Daniel Downey serving at the far end.
No, it wasn't at the point that him. What upset him was at the night for the wedding, the groomsmen, the groomsmen said he was laughing.
A bit casual, that volley.
There was no real urgency to close in on that. All right, we move back across to the women's action. Court #2. We've got Ella Nurkic to serve.
Love 15.
Love 15. So first point going towards the Alexander Park team. And again, just an unforced error there by Ella. So finding themselves in a dire situation at love 30 and 5-2 down.
Nice serve.
Great serve there, just hit her spot really well. She wasn't a very aggressive first serve, but it really cut the corner and found it short in the box on the sideline. So sometimes placement can be better than speed.
Oh, definitely needed it. Love 30 down, 2-5. Try to string a couple points here together now just to stay alive in this set. Oh, great shot from Maddie.
Cracking forehand there by Maddie, off forehand.
Found a good angle there.
Yeah, using those tram lines and those angles.
Set up now 2 set points. Ooh.
Great return there by Katy O'Shea, and then I'm not sure. I think Maddie might have been able to get to that volley, but left it for Katy and just dumped that backhand into the net.
Yeah, I think Katy tried to split the middle there with that backhand, just to cause a bit of confusion on the other side. There's still another set point for Alexander Park. Great volley.
Maddie electing to pull the trigger a bit early in that rally, I think, and went straight at Anja, who was ready and prepared for it, and just nice clean hands out in front.
All right, deciding point now. Set point, game point. Good volley.
Great point there. Katy O'Shea holding her ground and came up with that volley.
Taking the first set.
Taking that first set 6-2. As we move across the court 1 for the men's action.
Ethan serving here.
Big first serve there into the body of Daniel Downey. Yeah, this matchup here is it's an interesting one. You've got some more experienced players from Alexander Park playing against 2 up-and-comers from Mount Lawley.
So playing for a bit of points here and for Alexander Park to get in. Mount Lawley playing for a bit of pride. Down 4-0 after the singles.
Yeah, that's
nice to get a couple of
right.
doubles.
The day's done and dusted for them, so it can be hard sometimes when you find yourself in that situation where you feel like you're not playing for very much. But again, I still think these young guys still want to put on a bit of a show and showcase their skills.
He knew he went somewhere. He knew he went to the place, but not what the place was.
You see there just a double fault by the more inexperienced pair out on the park here.
My dad has a Facebook message now.
Great serve there by Ethan. Making that first serve out to Ashwin's backhand and caught a bit of frame and drifted it wide.
What about you, mate? You enjoyed your doubles when you were playing in State League more than singles, or was it the other way around?
Oh, I think early on as a youngster, 16, 17, I really preferred my singles, but as I grew on, love to use my craft at the net, so doubles became a bit more appetising for me, and I love to get out there and also just playing with a teammate.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not as a tennis player, singles can be quite lonely. So it's you and your mind out there basically. So to play doubles, obviously you like to figure out ways to win points around the net and serve, and then just to have that camaraderie with your teammate and talk through what they're thinking and what they think's best, and trying to strategically play against your opposition.
Yeah, doubles does come down to a lot of percentage stuff, making your first serves, making your returns, your first volleys, and just keeping that kind of pressure on, and also your opponent's guessing a lot of the time as well to come up with some different plays. So we've got Katy O'Shea moved on to the women's match. Katy O'Shea serving first game of the second set. Anja missed that return. Second serve return going line.
Yeah, Sharma was talking before. He mentioned throughout the Australian Open he noticed, especially in the men's doubles, they seem to be pulling the trigger down the line a lot more than maybe historically.
Yeah, it's funny because you see a lot of these days I formation and pairs trying to keep those returners not having a secure target in their head. They're not sure where the volley is going to pop up, which side they're going to pop up in, and
yeah, that's a good point you make. So it's kind of, you know, in the men's doubles, it's usually all about that first serve, and then that net player on the serving team just cutting off that first volley. So it's maybe trying to put the pressure back on that serving team and making sure they never feel comfortable, that volley at the net, on the serving team. So maybe just pulling the trigger down the line, just keep them guessing, make sure they're not comfortable moving across the court as much.
Katy did well to hold her serve comfortably in the first game of the second. So just keeping that pressure on Hensman at the moment. Ooh. Good body serve. Set up Ella at the net there.
Great point there by both teams. I love the change up in the middle of that rally from Maddie, throwing in that top spin low with no pace, just to change up the momentum there. And then Anja came up with a great backhand from above the net, slapping down on her, got it to Katy's toes, and Katy did an unbelievable job to pick up that backhand volley.
I think you really got to, when you are playing against the wind, use that lob as a good tactic. If you're in trouble, throw it up in the air. The wind's going to keep it in the court. Just to feel like you're keeping this the net players moving around and off balance.
Yeah, that's right. And then just breaking the rhythm. Obviously, you can get comfortable in a cross-court exchange. So just throwing up that different pace and giving them a different look at a different kind of ball.
Splitting the middle there with a great shot.
Huge backhand.
Just Katy lacking a bit of footwork there on that second serve return. Didn't really get around the ball. So Anja holds 1-1 in the second set.
I wanted to get your thoughts on this one. You see a lot of different situations, and people have different thoughts on the short ball when you're driving it at the net player. Obviously, if it sits up and I believe it's a good play to go through your opponent at the net, because you don't give them the chance to stick their racket out and make that volley, so you cram them up in their body. But do you think there's a bit of sportsmanship that goes along with that?
No, I think in doubles you have to be expected to be hit. When you get 4 people on the court, and there are sometimes not a lot of angles to work with on certain situations, so if you feel like it's the right play, you got to go for it, I think. If you haven't, depending on the situation as well, you know that if you do hit a shot at the volleyer, if they do make it, it's going to come back straight away. So you do have to be prepared for it to come back. But I do think it's, it is a play. Some people do get upset, but it is a tactic, and you see.
Again, it is within the rules. So
yes, that's right.
I mean, I think it's a great tactical play. I mean, some people have big wingspans, so if you're trying to go around them, they can easily stick their hands out and then make that volley. And if you go at their hip or at the middle of their body, then it's hard for them to get the racket and stick it in front. But I think also it can be a bit context-based as well. I think if it's sit up and then they've turned their back, or I think maybe it becomes a bit more situation and context based, where you probably just go around them and
I think you're right.
Point anyway. So, but if they're there, they're expecting to be hit and they're giving their energy and moving around like faking. I think it's a good play to drive it straight through them.
Yep. Comfortable hold there from Maddie Watson.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. And just She hardly got a racket to that, Ella.
Yeah.
I think that might have maybe hit the chalk and it just grabbed a bit more than she was probably expecting. So a comfortable hold there for Maddie, and they lead 2-1.
On the back doubles of the other women's doubles, it seems to be 4-3. If I'm seeing that scoreboard correctly, 4-3 to the. Well, they're just changing it now, actually.
So first set by the looks of it.
6-3
to
Alexander Park.
There you go.
So they've got the first set in both rubbers.
There you go. They're in a commanding position. I think the Hensman Park team are going to have to look to win both in a third set tiebreak if they want to win the day now. So. Looking at a little bit of trouble late in the afternoon down here at Alexander Park.
Hensman's first loss of the season.
Is that right? There you go.
Yeah.
So
Undefeated so far.
undefeated for the season, so.
And probably, if they do, Alexander Park do get up today, from hearing from Shane, that would cement their basically probably third spot in the ladder.
Nice play there by Ella, just taking that ball, saw the opening down the tram lines and took the ball nice and early, kept it low over the net so it didn't allow Katy to have time to have a look at that volley. Good play.
It's just some tactics there as well. You probably saw Maddie get quite close to the net there before the return was hit and just left a massive gap in the middle there. I always thought you want to feel like that you're moving in after the return's gone cross-court and get a better position. And then you just stay back a little bit just in case that volley does come through. Welcome back to the coverage. We go watching the women's doubles here. You got Alexander Park up a set in 2-1. A great volley there from Maddie Watson, moving forward, closing in the net. We got the other doubles match as well. On the far court, Alexander Park have taken the first set there as well, so they have the first set in both rubbers. Looking to cause an upset of the day.
Yes, so as we currently stand, it's 2 rubbers all, and with both sets going to Alexander Park in the doubles, they are 2 rubbers all, but 3 sets up against Hensman Park Tennis Club, who have been undefeated this season so far. Nice little body serve there by Ella, just cramping up Maddie Watson, having to play that shot off balance, and a little unforced error with the forehand there, pushing that wide.
So deciding point here. And Anja's missed the volley to give Alexander Park a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, so it was a pretty easy volley, I would have thought, for someone of Anja's stature. Just sort of a little bit tall moving across there. Probably didn't get quite as low as she probably should have to get that racket head underneath. So an easy, unforced error volley at the net there to give away that game as we start Katy O'Shea's service game. Anja with a huge return at Maddie down the line, and Maddie unable to make that volley. So we are at love 15.
Oh, just a tough shot there. Katy did well to slice and keep that ball low. I just think Ella would probably have to go moving forward, go back cross court, get a better net position, and then going line there. Even if she made it, I think Maddie's.
Yeah, that's right. And then from that low position, right, you have to get that up over the net and down quickly. Very low percentage spot, and also the high part of the net as well. So with that ball so low, yeah, best option you can do maybe a slice back cross court, put the pressure on them. Made it.
Oh, made it, yeah.
Katy O'Shea, backhand up the line. Well done there. That ball was not easy. That was ankle height, and Katy's managed to dig that backhand out and make a passing shot up the line.
I'll take the same winner.
.40-15 here, point for a 4-1. Commanding lead in the second set. Yeah, just an extra step there, I think, before that backhand would be more balanced. So another deciding point here. There's been a few. Alexander Park have taken most of them. So it's a big point here to go back on serve or a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, be really looking for Katy here to make a first serve here, try and steal this game.
Oh, body serve.
Body serve jammed her up, and you're on the backhand side, unable to make that return. So we have a 4-1 lead to the team of Maddie Watson and Katy O'Shea. And I'd just like to say today's coverage is brought to you by Goods Property Services and Scotty's Media. So we very much thank them for the support of our live coverage this afternoon. So 4-1 here, Goran. Do you give any hope to the Hensman pairing here, or what do you think they need to do if they want to make a contest of this match?
I think they're losing the cross-court battle, and then I feel like, you know, doubles there's always a possibility, especially with this the format, with the deciding point format. You know, a couple here or there, and you're back in the match. But I do think they just need to change their rhythm a little bit here. I think they try to hit through girls at the baseline, which is not working. So maybe a few more at the volley, a few more lobs. It's a bit tougher for lobbing from the wind, from this side with the wind, but
yeah, no doubt this is a must-win game for them on serve.
nice volley. Nice
from
volley.
both teams. Katy O'Shea came up with some unbelievable hand screws there to dig out some of those shots. And then Ella with that touch volley. Incredible. Probably the wrong choice of shot there, wasn't it, from Maddie?
Yeah, I think
There was
just
no
got to.
pace on that one and going straight at the net player, and that's just an absolute gimme, I would have thought.
Yeah, you just got to go through where the ball came from, go back over there again. Just knowing if you do go to the person in the net, you take away your partner. Your partner's basically got nothing they can do. So if you do go cross court, then you bring your partner back in the point, and they can always cross, fake, etc. So some big game again, like we said. So it's 30 love. That's why. Oh, maybe didn't call it.
Call there, yeah. I thought that one might have looked a little bit wide from the naked eye here.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit generous from Anja. These girls showing exceptional talent on the net, especially Maddie Watson there with those hands. Those balls getting fired at her, and she just got those short, sharp swings out in front.
Missed it. Got pushed out court there and went for that line, basically knowing the court position.
Yeah, that's right.
Knows you have to go for it.
That's right. Bit of all or nothing there from Maddie.
Yeah.
She certainly was in no position if that ball did come back anyway. So we really have to call on that last one. See Maddie there just miss a high forehand volley there. That was a good opportunity to put that one away. Katy did well with that return, just that chip lob I reckon is underutilised. Getting it over that net player and then following it in and making them play up over the net, see what they could come up with.
Give them a different look, get two on the net. So Maddie serving here at 4-2. Oh, just that serve died a bit there.
Yes. That got really low very fast on Anja.
Oh, 30 love.
Yeah, just push that back out long there for Miller.
Oh, a bit of confusion there.
Yeah, I think that. Well, that looked about a foot out to me.
Yeah.
But
I think Anja was waiting.
Job do you think that is to call?
I think that's Ella's job.
Yep.
The person standing on the line, but she was a bit hesitant to call it, and then too late. Oh, comfortable hold for Maddie.
Yeah, that was a very loose backhand there from Ella, wasn't it? Downwind and to carry it that high over the net, it just was never going to dip down.
So Alexander Park take a 5-2 lead in the second set. 6-2, 5-2. Convincing so far.
Yeah, that's right. It's been an absolute clinic so far from the Alexander pair, Maddie Watson and Katy O'Shea. As we cross over to court one for the men's action. The home team of Alexander Park have taken the first set 6-2, the pairing of Ashwin Sharma and Daniel Downey.
Nice low return there from Downey. Tough volley for Ethan there.
I just want to understand what the what's the reasoning for them having to mark that up. Like what storage? What is the reason for that? I understand that they're going to. spend your money on the food. You can't Google
Back over to the women's here, court 2. Ella serving.
Starting off with a double fault. So love 15, serving to stay in the match here.
It's just, yeah, it's unnecessary pressure that you put on yourself, isn't it, when you start your service game with a double fault.
Alright.
It's love 30, so yeah, after that double fault, you've just put immense pressure on yourself to try and win that next point, and sometimes you get a little bit tight, Goran.
Yeah, it's, you just feel like you're always playing behind. You know, I mean, that's why I feel like that first point of the game, you just got to really lock in and try to. Obviously, if the opponent is too good, it's too good, but probably not the return you want after just Ella double folding and then missing the first ball. You probably want to go back to her and make her play another ball. So 15-30.
There's another error from Ella.
Yeah, another first ball error.
Again, yes.
Sets up match point.
Anja only having one look in on that game, and she made a volley winner. So Alexander Park girls doing a great job of keeping that ball to Ella, who found herself under immense pressure in her service game here.
Oh, unlucky. Went for it, just didn't miss by much, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. Just long.
So match point number 2.
Match point number 2, 30-40. From the Alexander Park.
Nice return. Good finish from Katy O'Shea to take the match.
There you go. That's a big win for Alexander Park, who win that match 6-2, 6-2. So I would have thought that has cemented the day for Alexander Park.
Yeah, it's a big win. Upset win. Hensman losing their first match.
The top team.
It's not going to affect really much Hensman on the table, but it does, it does give other teams a bit of confidence, a boost, and knowing they can get knocked off before the finals.
Right, exactly right, yeah. I'm sure Hensman Park would have been coming into this thinking they were quite invincible, so maybe a little bit of a reality check for them. And,
yeah, well, they did win the last 2 rubbers against Alexander Park 6-0, so it's a big turnaround. Big turnaround.
So it's a huge turnaround today for Alexander Park. Down on their home deck, and they've produced the goods.
To the boys now. It's just their first game of the second set, just finished.
To wrap things up, we're going to bring back in the big man CEO of Tennis West, Brett Patten, and alongside him, Shane Smedley, to wrap things up for this afternoon.
All right, here we go, guys.
Thank you, Joel Pleydell. Just exiting studio left. Goran Marijan done a wonderful job broadcasting the men's and women's state league competition today.
Young boys did a good job, didn't they, Brett?
Big ball over as we go back to screen. A big ball over today. It was the first loss for Hensman Park this season in 2022, and it'll shape up to be a big final rematch, I think. Both these teams playing extremely well. We can see right now some of the cracks potentially in the Hensman Park lineup. No Lily Fairclough, obviously no Ella Nurkic today, and that paid a big price particularly the lower end of the singles, but Alexander Park really starting to show some form in the later stages of this season.
Yeah, you're right, Brett. I don't think anybody saw Alexander Park knocking off Hensman Park today. They played together twice, played against each other twice, round 4, round 9, and on both occasions, Hensman Park won 6-0. And so I don't think anybody gave Alexander Park a chance today. I think for me the big inclusion was Marissa Giannotti. She comes in and strengthens up that team down the bottom, and of course, let's not underestimate the loss of Lily Fairclough. Lily was an outstanding player and is now over in Queensland. So that's a big loss. And for whatever reason, Hensman chose not to play Ella Nurkic in the singles. We saw her play doubles, plays a nice game of doubles. But yeah, it's a fantastic result for Alexander Park.
Absolutely. Some of the old stages in Sheridan Curry getting the win today, and of course Marissa Giannotti, two-time W Open winner, part of the High Performance Academy at the State Tennis Centre. Terrific to see some of the Journey women back playing this wonderful competition. Round 13, looking forward to the last round of the Goods Property Services State League competition next week. That'll really start to formulate what the final is going to look like. Until then, we want to thank Goran Marijan, Joel Pleydell, to you, Shane Smedley. Looking forward to you next week. Goodbye.